Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the the Revolution, and it's over for P. Diddy. It's over for P. Diddy. But before we get into this, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know Cool Figure is live. Yeah, we circling back this morning. I have time for us to go into the P. Diddy indictment that has been released. It's over for him. He got to get out of jail free card. He can go into witness protection. He can give up Jigga and all of those perverts who've been doing this type of disgusting stuff with him. At the top, they don't want no bottom fish. At the top. So it's looking real bad for P. Diddy. And before I get into this, remember I told y'all this a long time ago because I know how RICO go. Remember I told y'all, I say, ooh, it's going to be real interesting on how far they go back. And they're going back to 2008. Now, if they're saying from 2008 to the present, salute, that P. Diddy was committing RICO and money laundering and sex trafficking, and so sex trafficking, they come with drugs and money, they're going to seize them bank accounts. And they're going to make sure that he can't touch that money. I told y'all they was going after the money. The money is the thing they want to begin with. Salute, we in here. So they going back to 2008. Anything made, I'm the first person, anything made from 2008 till now, the feds got to seize it all and see what's legal and what's not legal. They're going to make sure this nigga can't fight these cases, man.
Breaking news now. The indictment against Sean Diddy Combs has just been unsealed. Combs is being charged with racketeering conspiracy, alleging he ran an enterprise that he engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, or kidnapping, arson, and other crimes.
Start this off. Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. You know, I absolutely appreciate the love, family. I like to start it off with something fresh. As soon as we get started, that means it might be a good day.
He's also charged with sex trafficking by force. I want to bring in ABC's Phil Lipoff, ABC News contributor and Sirius XM radio host Mike Muse, and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer for more. Phil, give us the details on this indictment.
So we're just looking through it right now. You hit the highlights, but right off the bat.
Doing the video, particularly talking about Willie D, Slim Thug. We can't let them niggas get away. I wonder how Willie D and Slim Thug, I'm dealing with my area, y'all. I deal with the Negroes outside of Texas who was saying something. But first, you got to deal with your own house. I'm going to deal with Slim Thug and Willie D. Y'all was backing them. Y'all was saying, oh, everybody had it wrong. Do they still got it wrong? Greek freaks?
They go through all of his, all of the names that, because they have to do that in an indictment. They have to name all the names he's ever gone by. And then they talk about he relied on his employees and resources to influence the multifaceted business and what he would do. They allege that there were, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping. They allege arson, bribery, obstruction of.
Jay-Z better plan a business trip out of the country and then never come back, bro. See, P. Diddy, his arrogance got him in jail, nigga. He could have been with Russell Simmons, but his arrogance. Jay-Z can't be that arrogant. Jay-Z cannot be that stupid. Hov been too smart this whole time to play. Nigga, it's over, Hov. You better bail. Your two idols, your two heroes who you tried to emulate, who you tried to be, one of them has fled the country. That's Russell Simmons. And the other one, P. Diddy, is locked up federally for all this shit, Jigga, that you know you did too. Ain't no way in hell Jigga didn't do what Russell Simmons and P. Diddy was doing. He had to do what they was doing to hang with them, bro. He finished too.
Of justice. They go on to talk about how he would abuse women. They talk about kicking and punching and dragging and forcing them to have. They talked about highly coordinated sexual acts with male prostitutes.
Now, I'm glad this happening because all we used to have to do is hear about the Diddy parties, Cool. Brag about them parties like you brag about an Epstein party. Nobody brags about an Epstein party. Good. Because nobody will be able to brag about a Diddy party any goddamn more. We don't want to hear about that Sodom and Gomorrah parties, man.
I mean, this is extensive. This seems to be everything that we have heard about in allegations. I haven't been through the entire thing yet. We're all looking through it. But so far, what I can tell just in the first couple of pages is most of the things they are alleging in this indictment we have heard about.
And Phil, I'm going to give you a chance to go through. I know I put you on the spot there, literally as we got that indictment now. Brian, walk me through legally. We've heard Diddy deny these charges, these accusations really throughout. Now they're officially charges. His attorney also before the indictment said that he's an imperfect person, but that he's not a criminal, again denying this. So what do you make of the fact that we're now seeing in black and white what the government is trying to charge him with?
Diddy finna get extorted by one of these Italian, listen, the Italian mafia been waiting for Diddy ass to land back in New York, nigga. Cause now he in they palm of their hands, nigga. Until he get, see the Italians, they can play him or this was so crazy, or the white supremacists who run these federal prisons with a lot of black people don't want to talk about. I've talked about that. Diddy done landed from the, what it called, from the grease right into the fire. That boy is in serious trouble because he gonna be getting shook down by the government, shook down by criminal organizations who telling him his life in danger. Your life in danger, you in federal prison. You goddamn right, nigga. And it's all about, okay, Diddy, who gonna protect you now? Because the whites gonna definitely, the area's gonna show the black gangs, how ain't no way in hell they letting them get that Diddy contract, nigga, when they be laying down in there. And the Italians and Mexican mafia or somebody that might want that Diddy contract.
Yeah, so Diana, it makes it a lot more interesting as to how to dissect this case. We have 3 charges. We have a racketeering charge, or what we also hear as RICO. The second count being, as Phil articulated, what we all thought might be there, the sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion, and then, of course, the transportation of prostitution. Now, those are the first initial charges. That could be more coming down the line, depending on how this investigation goes. But that's what we know so far. When it comes to these charges, we're looking at life in prison as a maximum for at least the second count and potentially the first as well. But also when it comes to RICO, how they're describing this enterprise as its way of promoting, enhancing, and protecting the brand, and that sex and sex trafficking was a part of it. We're going to see.
That's a very tough case because, like I said, it go back to 2008. Any money he made, I don't give a fuck if it was legitimate or not. They say you blended your legal money with your dirty money, nigga. They gonna seize all money, nigga, and straighten out what's what.
All the ugly and gruesome parts of bad boy entertainment that surround this alleged abuse in a way that I don't think many of us were prepared for.
Ryan, can you talk about the degree to these charges? Because any kind of sexual abuse or sexual assault is bad enough, but it sounds like what they're describing is something that was really premeditated and coordinated.
Yeah, so when you're talking about RICO, you're talking about a criminal enterprise, and criminal enterprises can be anything. Oftentimes you associate RICO with like the mafia or things of that nature, money and violence. This seems to be more in line to, if you want to draw a comparison, to that of R. Kelly, where there was an organization within the music industry that kind of was part and parcel. They interacted with each other in a way that you couldn't see where the music started and the alleged abuse ended. That it's almost the trafficking and transport.
You hear that? Ooh, that means they want all the money. When they say we cannot tell when the music start and the trafficking and illegal stuff begin, it's all blended together. They coming for all of the money.
For the pleasure, for increasing the brand, for potentially even, hey, we want to get a new artist. So you know what? We're going to traffic this girl that he might be interested in a way of attracting and keeping this artist in a way to grow the brand and make money off of it. They are alleging that it is so intertwined that it's almost business as usual to do this trafficking and transporting. And at least that's what I'm reading from the initial allegations in this indictment.
We think of Diddy, we think of the music, but his influence goes far beyond that. How significant is it to have charges of this magnitude against someone who is this powerful?
It's huge. And just kind of give context to what Phil and what Brian is talking about. Diane is in the conversation that we were just having a few moments ago. What I'm looking at from this unsealed indictment, of course, we need to learn a little bit more, is it seems like Cassie was such a big part of this indictment. A lot of these indictments comes from the lawsuit and allegations that Cassie was actually discussing. In particular, you think about arson. I know people are probably wondering, where is the arson coming from? In Cassie's lawsuit, she alleged that Diddy threatened to blow up a current rapper Kid Cudi's car, to which Kid Cudi's car did blow up in an explosion, to which Kid Cudi then gave a statement and said that he can confirm that actually happened. I'm thinking that's where the reference of the arson comes from. I'm also thinking about the male prostitutes. Cassie alleges that during that time, Diddy would force her to look on the internet to solicit male prostitutes in order to engage in sexual activities. I'm assuming that is where the male prostitute dynamic is coming from. In terms of kidnapping, Cassie also has alleged.
Rick Ross, French Montana, all the Ciroc boys, because they said they was trafficking narcotics with the Ciroc contracts. All of these niggas ass finna get drugged in the federal court. All of them. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Stevie J, wait, that nigga name, the beat man, that nigga's a felon informant. It's no way that nigga ass is not in jail with P. Diddy right now. P. Diddy, I know P. Diddy know this nigga been wearing a wire. It's no way Stevie J not in jail, bro.
In her lawsuit, the forceful nature to which Sean Combs would remove her from events, from social settings, from gatherings, and keep her essentially in housing in order to perform these activities. When it comes to the idea of the enterprise, to kind of translate that to what Brian Buckmeyer just said so eloquently, culturally what Diddy was.
Now, he need to sell all of it. They're gonna go after the masters. They want there's people in Hollywood, I mean the music business, they just want the masters, the publisher. They don't give a shit about none of this. And they letting them know, give us all this stuff right now, and it might save you some pain and punishment later on. That if they hit them with the R. Kelly, remember they start pulling R. Kelly stuff down. You couldn't even stream it on certain sites. Now imagine them pulling all the bad boy music down. Anything Puffy has anything to do with. You got Mary J. Blige. Remember, Puffy was producing a lot of people's stuff. The industry gonna be shook right now, nigga. All their music can come down, nigga. Anything Puffy been working on, nigga. That's how they did R. Kelly.
Diddy was the kind of person where if you were in the music industry, you wanted to be around. If you were trying to make your mark as an A&R executive, if you were trying to make your mark in the marketing, if you were trying to make your mark in order to hang out with him, to go to his home in the white parties in the Hamptons, that's how much of a pull Diddy had. I cannot underscore how Diddy had this concept and this idea of the Midas touch. And Diane, being a part of the music industry, being around Diddy, being around those events, being at his home in the Hamptons, being at his home in Miami, I had firsthand accounts, not of these allegations, I didn't see any of that, but how desperate people were to be in his orbit.
No, I can't no longer let people come on TV. I didn't see none of that. You a lie. The feds is saying those women in there was trafficked. You saw scantily clad women. Oh, you don't like women? You saw male sex workers in there prostituting. Ain't nobody getting away with that. Well, I didn't see none of this while I was there. You a lie. The feds say there was the prostitution going on. Everywhere you look, that's what drugs was going on. No more of that. I didn't see that bullshit. That's nonsense.
Can't underscore that enough. You think about the 40th birthday party that he
right here. I didn't see that when I was there. That's what Jeffrey Epstein people said. That's what all Epstein clients. I never seen the traffic. Bitch, you hung around Epstein. You knew what he was doing. No. Boulay Shushan on TV. You knew what was going on. Now you need to get some days in the hole your goddamn self, nigga. Now you want to come up here and talk on TV. You knew what was going on.
That he had that I went to at Cipriani's. I mean, people, they had Mariah Carey. You had, I remember the royal family was invited. I can't remember if they attended or not, right? But you had those type of individuals wanting to be there, coming. You think about Diddy runs the city with marathons. This is a type of influence and pull that he had. And so when I think about the racketeering and the enterprise dynamic, it's just about people who wanted to be near him and who was willing to do anything for Diddy to give them affirmation and recognition.
And Phil, as you're going through that indictment, what is that anything? What sticks out to you?
Well, I mean, Mike laid it out. I just want to touch on one thing that you didn't, and this is the violence toward women. In this one section, it says, on multiple occasions from 2009 on, Combs assaulted women, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects, and kicking them. These assaults at times were witnessed, and then they go into the 2016 video that we saw of Cassie. So you're right, a lot of this stems from Cassie's allegations, but you see, I mean, they've got it laid out there.
And then Phil, to what you just mentioned too, in terms of the physical violence, not only is Cassie a part of this, but also too, the recent lawsuit that we saw from former Danny Kaine group member Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard also says she witnessed these violent acts too as well.
All right, Phil, Mike, Brian, thank you.
The people discussed it. They knew Diddy killed Tupac, got Biggie set up. They still went party with him. All of these people discussed him, bro. I'm not. We're gonna sit here and let all. They were partying with Diddy after you knew what the nigga did to Tupac. These people, all the black boule should be ashamed of themselves, bro. All of them got to come out and clutch their pearls and act like, well, I never heard and I never knew. Liars, nigga. Liars. Everybody wanted to be around Diddy. After what he did to everybody that was so-called friends with him, they wanted to go hang with the man.
Breaking news.
That's called a honey trap, nigga. Y'all got baited into a honey trap. The small hats made Diddy look like he was living that life. He's the biggest of the biggest. His shit's so glamorous. It was a finesse to trap y'all into disgusting criminal activity on tape, and all of them went for it.
P. Diddy Combs has been arrested and indicted on federal charges. The disgraced music icon has faced startling allegations for months of rape, sexual assault, physical abuse, gun trafficking, and drug trafficking. On Monday evening, he was indicted by a grand jury in New York. He was taken into custody in Manhattan, where he's been for the last week in anticipation of these charges. Now, the charges haven't been made public just yet. In fact, the indictment was sealed. But according to the New York Times, a person familiar with the prosecution says they believe Diddy faces charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. Diddy's legal team said they were disappointed with the decision to prosecute, but mentioned their client has been cooperative with law enforcement. A statement from his legal team reads, quote, Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist who has spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the Black community. He is an imperfect person, but is not criminal. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. All this comes about 6 months after 2 of Diddy's homes were raided by federal investigators.
I am breaking this down in real time. I haven't had a lot of time to really look at this. I'll give you my initial impressions. But remember, the music mogul, artist, producer, he's been arrested out in New York City. Reporting indicates that he was taken to custody last night by federal authorities at the Park Hyatt Hotel. This apparently comes after a grand jury has indicted him, which is not surprising. This is not something that we didn't expect. There was reporting for months that the 54-year-old would be the target of a criminal investigation, and this comes after his homes in Los Angeles and Miami were raided back in March. Now, he has been hit with numerous lawsuits alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking, illegal narcotics possession, gun possession. Now, to be clear, we didn't know what the charges would be. We guessed. And it looks like our guess was right, because as Mark Agnifilio, his attorney, said to the press today and last night, they were anticipating racketeering and sex trafficking charges. And that is what we see in this grand jury indictment. It is 14 pages long. There are 3 counts. One that makes up the majority of this indictment is the racketeering enterprise. So let me go through it with you right now. Now, racketeering, and by the way, I will tell you, this is similar to what we saw with R. Kelly, who, as we know, was also indicted in federal court in New York. That was the Eastern District of New York. This is the Southern District. He was ultimately convicted and sentenced to 30 years in prison. So racketeering, what we are talking about here, is a criminal enterprise. And a conspiracy to commit the racketeering statute is, you're talking, there's a criminal agreement, there's a number of overt acts, there's predicate crimes. So there's things that Diddy is not necessarily being charged with on an individual basis, but they make up this criminal enterprise. In other words, there's evidence that will show this is a criminal enterprise. So I'm going to go through it with you right now. Again, this is from the Southern District of New York. It says, overview, count 1, racketeering conspiracy. For decades, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Diddy, PD, Love, they always use his name throughout this, the different monikers, The defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. A few things here. One, Sean Combs is the only one who's actually listed in this indictment. He's the only named defendant. You have to wonder if anybody else will be cooperating with the government against him. Now, I will let you know after a brief overview of this, I have not seen the specific names of any other individuals, including the people who filed lawsuits against him. But what this does indicate is they're trying to establish that there was a criminal enterprise, and it wasn't just him, it was his associates. And he is not being charged, I should say, with federal kidnapping or arson or forced labor, but it is a component of the racketeering case. Let's move on. The defendant operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan, so you can see why Manhattan has jurisdiction here, and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global. Corporate entities in the Combs business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, and they go on the different businesses that he has. At all relevant times in this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, sexual. As part of this pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. By the way, that is eerily reminiscent of what we heard from the person you see right there, Cassie Ventura. Remember, she filed a lawsuit against Combs back in November of 2023, settled the day after. She had talked about these freak-offs. She had talked about being forced to engage in these kind of perverted sexual activities at the behest of Sean Combs. So this is kind of making this up. You wonder if she's a cooperating witness here. At times, Combs and others acting in his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same and using intimidation and violence. This is, by the way, characteristic of when we talk about sex trafficking, where you are forcing or coercing or threatening someone into commercial sex activities, or you're transporting them across state lines through coercion or different methods for illegal sexual activity. And so let's continue on. Physical abuse by Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others and included, this timing could not be better, what you're watching right now, one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. That is Cassie Ventura. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. Again, I read the R. Kelly indictment before this to get a sense. These allegations are eerily similar to what he was charged with and what he was ultimately convicted with. And by the way, we were wondering about whether or not that video, which Combs, remember, he admitted it was him. He went on Instagram and said and apologized for participating in that 2016 video. He didn't deny it. And we were wondering if this would be a part of this criminal indictment, this federal criminal indictment, and clearly it is. Sean Combs, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his abuse and commercial sex. That term is you're going to hear that a lot, commercial sex. Equate that almost with sex trafficking. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, high-ranking supervisors, and other close associates, acted as Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. Then it talks about the Combs enterprise, so this criminal enterprise. From at least in or about 2008, so you're going all the way back to 2008, through or on about the date of the filing of this indictment, so even to this day, the defendant and others known and unknown were members and associates of of a criminal organization. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other things, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement.
Hey, buddy, you was right when you put that in the conversation. I'm reading the look. Feds find tons of baby oil, lube, dildos, and narcotics when they had raided his mansion the first time. Oh, man, they got so much humiliating stuff about this food. They finna wash him up.
Engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. A little bit later, you're going to see that he's also charged specifically with sex trafficking. But as I mentioned,
I can guarantee
all
you,
of these underlying alleged crimes
is online. They're online. We gotta understand. They never none of these backstabber busters who turned on us. They thought they were gonna get to live like the elite, rich, and famous whites. They thought they can get away with doing what high-profile whites was doing. Man, I'm so happy this is happening because that was fool gold. That was an illusion. That's gonna straighten our community out. It really is. Those who listen, like I said in the beginning, because I'm not the Most High. These niggas got every right to fall on their knees, repent sincerely, give back, do everything you can for your people, man. Then I couldn't come on here and say a motherfucking word, because he who have not sinned cast the first stone. These niggas ain't repented. So I am so goddamn happy that the kids can see this is not the way you motherfucking live. Don't turn your back on your people. Don't manipulate women. Don't manipulate young men like Lil Baby, that they was doing to Lil Baby. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's people trying to get in this rap business, trying to get in the music business, trying to get in the entertainment business. They preying on our people. Fuck no, I am so fucking happy. I'm not one of the people who don't wish the worst on prison on my enemy. Where the fuck do you think these people supposed to be? No, I'm not one of them house niggas. I don't wish prison on nobody. Where the hell are these people supposed to go? Only fools say stupid ass shit like that. And then they ain't out there handling no business.
Up a racketeering case. They are predicate crimes of a criminal enterprise. The Combs enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise. And by the way, let me just take 1 second. This is also eerily similar to the Rodney Little Rod Jones lawsuit. He was one of the first people to file a lawsuit, former producer of Sean Combs. He alleged violations of racketeering law. So he was the one who made those allegations. And again, very consistent with what we are hearing here. And again, constituted an enterprise as defined under the United States Code. And this is a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. So you can have
these type of niggas have your kids not listening to you, bro. These type of niggas, they won't listen to you. Oh man, you broke. You ain't getting it. You try to tell your children, your nephews the right way. Oh man, you ain't having it like Diddy or Jay-Z. Why should I listen to you? This is how you straighten it out yourself. See what happened when you try to live like them fools? It all come crumbling down.
Combs Inc. If you have a bunch of people, they don't have to be incorporated. It can still be a criminal enterprise. The Combs enterprise consisted of the defendant entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and then they go through a number of different entities and people known and unknown. The Combs enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs enterprise. The Combs enterprise was engaged in, and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. It operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. A couple of things there. So now you see why this is being brought in the Southern District of New York, why they have jurisdiction. When you talk about common purpose, if you've been following us here on Law and Crime and you have been following the Young Thug trial, a racketeering case, that is the #1 theme. The prosecutors in that case have been trying to establish that all of these underlying crimes were for the common purpose of furthering that gang. Here, there is a common purpose of furthering the Combs enterprise. At all times relevant to this indictment.
That's a big problem. I said this shit in the beginning. Nobody want to listen. If you know how these people operate, then you know they're going to take his money. They're not going to let the nigga sit in prison up 500 million. Fuck no. They can go for it all and say, you made your money. I told y'all, after Tupac died, this nigga wasn't rich. This nigga wasn't rich. After Pac died, Biggie died, then this nigga start building that $1 billion company. Well, the feds is saying that was a criminal enterprise. The feds is saying all of that money was built through criminal activity, and they can't tell where the legal money and the criminal money separate from one another. It all blend in together. This nigga Puffy know they coming for everything.
Indictment. Sean Combs, the defendant, was the leader of the Combs enterprise. Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown, participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs Enterprise's affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of Combs security staff, household staff, personal assistants, high-ranking supervisors, as well as other close associates of Combs. Now, we don't know if that's from digital evidence that they obtained. We don't know if those people around him are cooperating with the government, or we do not know whether alleged victims of Combs.
They went white. Stevie J is a felon form.
Purposes of the Combs enterprise. The purpose of the Combs enterprise included the following. A, operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, and talks about record labels, recording studio, alcohol, spirits business. B, preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, the defendant, as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry. Enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs, and in particular those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes. Preserving, protecting, promoting.
Come on, man. That's Rick Ross. That's Rick Ross. That's French Montana. All these people. That's the Ciroc boys. They think they go. That's the Ciroc boys. All help further promote Sean Combs and his criminal enterprise, man.
Through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. I know I say this a lot, but I'm just going to say it one more time. This is all consistent with what has been alleged in the multiple lawsuits that he has currently been facing, whether it is Cassie Ventura, whether it's Joy Dickerson-Neal, whether it's Jane Doe, whether it is Rodney Jones. So again, this is not entirely out of left field with what has been asserted.
Willie D, they ain't laughing
another purpose of the enterprise, fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification, including the exploitation of women and the use of commercial sex workers, enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor.
All the niggas who telling us to vote for Kamala and Joe Biden, those are all the niggas who been hanging with Diddy too. DL, you was hanging with him. Ricky Smiley, you hung with him. Steve Harvey, Plies, all that vote to die. Yeah. All them Democrats, all of them people, LeBron James, that's my favorite basketball player. You in on it too. All of them niggas told us, vote a Joe you know. Yeah, all of them was in on this bullshit. They going down.
Interstate transportation,
there ain't gonna be no bootleg left
prostitution, and it goes on. This one's interesting. Another purpose of this enterprise, securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats. And that, again, is something that we heard, particularly in the Rodney Jones lawsuit, that he was allegedly threatened by the defendant. And then finally, the last purpose, protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation. So that is essentially saying obstruction of justice.
Jay Prince better be real careful, man. This nigga Diddy ain't going down. This niggas like Jay Prince still out here, bro. That's serious business. Nigga done already said Diddy a buster, phony. Ain't no name you can call him. He don't give a fuck. This nigga got Alpo in him, bro. He want to be back out here.
Right? Okay. Now, the means and methods of the enterprise. How did they do this? It says among the means and methods by Sean Combs, the defendant and other members, they used, conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. And there's a lot here. I'm not going to go through everything, but it basically says, one example, Combs and other members of the associates wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, coercion, to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers. This is where they talk about the freak-offs, and they go into a little bit more detail about the freak-offs. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. Makes me wonder if that was what they obtained in those raids. Goes on, members and associates of Combs Enterprise facilitated the freak-offs by booking hotel rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with the required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate room damage, arranging for travel for victims, commercial sex workers in Combs. So honestly, you're talking about an organization here, an organized effort to facilitate these alleged crimes. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak-offs. He maintained control over his victims. And again, there's a lot more here where they talk about this. This one. So this was important too, because we knew that there were allegations of alleged illegal firearms possession. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about March of 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida. Is this fire alarm that important? Come on, guys. I'm going over the Combs indictment here. I think we're fine. But anyway, it says in or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Now, if you have been following us on Sidebar, you've been following
this
us
disgusting ass criminal. What the fuck is P. Diddy doing with weapons with the serial numbers shaved off? This nigga handing them to them young drillers. This nigga disgusting, bro. That's for real. I don't like niggas like that, bro. Bitch, you a billionaire.
You
got scratched off
know that is now one of the charges facing the second potential attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Ryan Ralph, in that case, has been charged with the federal crime of possessing a firearm that had the obliterated.
This nigga had thousands of bottles of lubricant, dildos, drugs. This nigga and the feds, they didn't take him to jail. They just seized it all and booked it into evidence. Now, P. Diddy know what's up, nigga. They can release. This is all evidence. They can release pictures of it to show us the dildos lined up. And his loot.
Sean Combs isn't charged with this directly. It is
Pop wonders about this nigga, man.
Criminal conspiracy, the racketeering case. I'm going to go a little bit more forward here. So he talks a little bit more employees, witnesses to his abuse, or others threatened Combs' authority or reputation. Basically, how he wielded power and influence.
Trying to live like Hugh Hefner.
Now, this is the section that talks about the racketeering conspiracy. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, the defendant and others known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs Enterprises. This is more of a legal definition about what racketeering is. It basically says this enterprise they engaged in.
This nigga want to be a criminal so bad. He start committing crimes on business hours. This nigga using his legal lawyers. This nigga using the music business. This nigga using, his legal entities to commit crimes, bro. This is crazy. He want motherfucker go harass women, bring them to the house and get them drugs. This nigga don't get somebody from the streets. This nigga using people who work for his personal companies, bro. That's why the feds got this nigga right where they want him, because he was so stupid to mix his business with criminal activities.
And the activities affected interstate and foreign commerce, and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together. You need that agreement, and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States. So there needs to be an agreement to violate the law, and that was to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs Enterprises through a pattern of racketeering activity. And it consists of, and this is where they have multiple different examples of the crime. So multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of state law. Multiple acts involving arson. Multiple acts indicted.
Beyonce finna divorce Jay-Z. This is the perfect time to get all that nigga money.
Multiple acts of forced labor. Multiple acts related to sex trafficking. So these are all these predicate crimes that I talked about when you're trying to prove racketeering. The same thing was charged in the R. Kelly case. You recall with the racketeering, he was charged with respect to underlying crimes of forced labor and things of that
Nah,
nature.
Kelly
So again,
wasn't
very
doing. R. Kelly
similar
was
in
small
terms of
potatoes
drug
compared to this nigga.
offenses. Multiple offenses here involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics, and they go through a list of them, including meth. It was a part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs agreed
distributing
with the
narcotics. Give me a hey, now, this is disgusting, bro. Like, bro, this nigga, see, this is a nigga who your whole life you stay out of trouble, you get up and then you start trying to hustle. This nigga want to be Big Meech. He want to be them gangsters he hung around, and they want to be him. This happens in real life. Street niggas trying to get out the streets and be a businessman, and niggas like this, business people trying to get into the streets and be like the criminals. And this nigga did it all in the open, used legal money. I warned people they was gonna do this to this nigga because I told you. This nigga built an enterprise. He was broke when Pac died. I told niggas that. Nobody want to listen. He was broke when Biggie died. That company's built on crime, bro. And the Fed's saying the same damn thing.
Acts of racketeering activity.
That company built on crime, bro.
Within the course of a 10-year span to ultimately be found guilty of racketeering. And this is a special section. Notice of special sentencing factor. From at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, the defendant agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, and advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, this is described in a specific code, any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act. So it's kind of a sex trafficking allegation there, and I believe, and I don't want to misstate here, and I'm going to look it up real quickly. I believe that this is actually a violation that could carry 20 years in prison. I'm just confirming it right now. This is the racketeering conspiracy. I'll get back to that and double check it. But that was all. Everything I just went through was count one in the indictment. Count one. So now here is count two. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, victim one. Now, we don't know who victim one is. That person has not been identified. But it says from at least in or about 2009 up into and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York, the defendant in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce. And it goes through the definition of what sex trafficking is by means of force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, as described in the U.S. Code. Any combination would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same person that Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused victim one to engage in commercial sex acts. So again, we do not know who this person is. We can take guesses as who they are, but you have to go through a number of these lawsuits. By the way, assuming that one of these people who have filed a lawsuit against him is victim one. Could it be someone else? We don't know. Count three, transportation to engage in prostitution. It's also a kind of sex trafficking charge. From at least in or about 2009 up into and including in or about 2004, the defendant knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same to wit, Combs transported, aided, abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. So again, that's a separate crime. I want to double check these, but I believe these could carry 10 years in prison. And then finally, so those are the three counts in the indictment. You have these two sex trafficking related charges, and then you have the racketeering charge. And then finally, it ends with the forfeiture allegations. You see this a lot in criminal indictments. It's basically suggesting that if you lose this case, if you are convicted, you will have to forfeit over personal property over to the government. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count one of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of the U.S. Code, any and all interest in, securities of, claims against, contract rights, and it goes on, or source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein. So basically, if you profited off of the criminal enterprise, you will have to disgorge those profits, which is very interesting because they are talking about him engaging in an enterprise that made money, that was involved in the music and entertainment industry, but it was also involved in narcotics and different possession as well. Now, it says, as a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States. And that's pretty much it. You have a couple more provisions, but that's a good synopsis of what you're seeing in this indictment right here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We have a lot more coverage here on Long Crime. Stay with us.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. No, they're not just targeting black men. This ain't no target on no black men. Y'all be saying no crazy ass shit like that, nigga. Too many black men ass not sex trafficking, drug trafficking, doing all kind of criminalistic shit, fucking off every black person that come around there. He nigga ain't done no good business with nobody. All his artists dead, dying broke. This is not the man targeting black people. Nonsense. We got enough of that going on in real life. No, this is boule house niggas who bit off more than they can chew, thought they could live like their white master, and their white master showing them who they really are. Not like, see, the white man, they see not like us too. You know how we tell them you not like us? They tell us you not like us too. They telling Diddy you not like us. Your ass going down.
From the Southern District.
You're not Bill Clinton, boy.
A racketeering charge, as well as 2 sex trafficking related charges. One, transportation to engage in prostitution, and the other charge.
He keep talking about them politicians on them motherfucking tapes, nigga. He keep hitting that. He got politicians on tapes, nigga. His ass is gonna beat Jeffrey Epstein. Now. Keep on hitting. They don't give a fuck about them hip hop people. Keep on hitting at them politicians, nigga. And his ass is going to come a missing.
By force, fraud, or coercion. A lot of interesting components about this, and I want to break it down. And by the way, I want to break it down right now with a special guest. Before I do, I want to let everybody know that around 11:30 a.m. Eastern is when we expect a press conference to be held by federal authorities to announce the unsealing of this indictment.
We got to get out of jail free. I said that.
It seems
we tell them jigging them niggas ahead of everybody above.
Charge, which could be 20
but this will happen when you want the biggest of the biggest. Ain't too many people above you. Denzel, these big boule people is people like Denzel. We talking about big money billionaires. This black. He got to give them the richest black billionaire already is a snitch. Oh, I did an interview on him. I did a live on him. He already given up some people and some criminalistic stuff. The richest black billionaire. Y'all know who that man is. He's supposed to give back to the students. Well, he is a snitch. He got indicted with some criminalistic activity. Diddy gonna have to give him LeBron. They want LeBron on tape. See, if Diddy gives them LeBron and some of them Durant, oh, they can use LeBron for the next 50 years. That will get his sentence reduced and then get him witness protection. If he gives them LeBron James committing crimes with sex traffic, women, underage, anything, they got. Or it ain't even that. If you could get them LeBron taking drugs on video, which can never come out, it'll hurt his brain, nigga, that'll get Diddy ass up out of there.
Each 10 years in prison, but we're going to confirm that. In the meantime, I want to bring in Tracy Walder, former CIA and FBI agent, News Nation contributor, friend of the show, somebody who has been with me from the beginning of this Diddy saga. You and I broke down one of the most memorable moments for me, particularly on Sidebar, is when we broke down the 2016 video of Cassandra Ventura allegedly being beaten by Sean Diddy Combs. That has made its way into this indictment. And what I find really interesting about this, and Tracy, I'll let everybody know you haven't had the time to read this indictment, but what it signifies to me is you have this racketeering charge with all of these underlying crimes that the government, it doesn't necessarily have to prove that he's guilty of. They don't have to. That he's not individually being charged with.
The Sinaloa cartel. That's the cartel of El Chapo. They sued Diddy. We ran that story last week. They sued Diddy in court, saying that he contacted them. He had somebody at his camp, and they showed the face, the number, contacted them about underage girls and boys. They wanted underage girls and boys. I guess to put people in a honey trap, that means set them up. And the cartel told Diddy, hey, man, we're not into that. Yeah, we kidnap people and cut their heads off and plunder, but we're not into underage. That's what the cartel said. All that shit is in court documents. Well, whether or not it's true, the Sinaloa cartel said it was true.
With forced labor or arson or kidnapping. But they are trying to prove that. They're trying to put that forward to prove the racketeering, to prove that this is a criminal enterprise. It's a remarkable development. And I first want to ask you about how we got here. The idea that he was arrested last night and essentially made his way to New York in anticipation of these charges. What did you take away from that?
You know, I think that he was obviously tipped off by the attorney's office. That's not actually uncommon in a high profile arrest. I've actually done that at the FBI, where we've had a very high profile actress at the time that we were taking into custody. And I know it seems unfair. I understand that, but that's something that we do for security purposes for them and for us. The interesting thing, though, that I think you and I talked about
That's
this
probably
was when they
Reverend
first
Diddy this
raided
morning.
his
Ass woke up
homes
talking about he
back
was
in
called to
March
preach. You pastor
of this
now.
year. I thought that part of why they had done such a dynamic entry, I know there was a lot of discussion about that, right, with the tanks and the weapons and the SWAT teams, was because they did believe that there was an imminent threat or danger to individuals. And what this indictment tells me is that he was running a sex trafficking enterprise or a sex trafficking ring, and individuals were in danger. And that's why they made that entry into his home prior to this indictment. And that really explains it all now.
So let everybody know I'm getting a lot of feedback right now in my ear, so it's a little hard to hear you, Tracy. We're going to work on that. But look, this is my opinion, and we're going to find out more information. I think that he came to New York, and the reason I keep getting asked, oh, why hasn't he left the country, right? He knew that charges were coming is because I think he knew he was going to be charged,
his ego,
but I think he wants to make every effort that
he should have did like Russell Simmons, nigga, and liquidated shit and got up out of here, but he didn't want people to look at him like he was fleeing because of these cases. That's why I say Jay-Z better weigh his options. He can do like Russell Simmons, cut your losses and get the fuck up out of here. Fuck what everybody's saying. Or you can stay and be like Diddy. But those are Jay-Z two options. You run like Russell or you pay like Diddy. It ain't no other way for Jigga. Because like I said before, the two people he came into the game idolizing and trying to be like was Russell Simmons and P. Diddy. And it's bad news for both of them.
Released on bail, right? That he's not a flight risk, that he's not a danger. These are very, very serious allegations.
He is definitely a flight risk.
Indictment. These are
and he definitely
violence,
a danger to the public.
Violence, narcotics possession, weapons possession. One of the things that was interesting, especially talking about, as I mentioned before, the second attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump is one of the things that he's accused of here in this indictment. Is possessing a weapon with an obliterated serial number. So that's a federal crime, but he's not being charged with it. But that's what I think. I think he's making an effort to say, hey, I should be out on bail pending this trial, which might not happen for, 2 years, a year and a half.
Mm-hmm. No, I do agree with you. I do think, obviously, and attorneys do advise their clients, that to be on good behavior in anticipation of an arrest. That's not surprising. I believe that he should not get bail. These are, like, as you mentioned, very, very serious charges, and he has weapons involved in some of them as well. So I am concerned that he will
can't get no bail.
bail.
Puffy one of the worst criminals in over 20 years, nigga.
But I do think that
all the biggest criminals,
that behavior,
all hung with Puffy. All the biggest criminals want to be like Puffy. They locked up right now doing life or dead behind this nigga. Come on, man. See, the industry laughed and joked a little bit too much, and a lot of people got killed, shot up, beat behind this dude. Puffy see that smile. They let this nigga get too much power, and what did he do? He took it out on the industry. It's only one person ever stood up to Puffy besides Suge, and that's Jay Prince. Everybody else got beat, slapped, punched, kicked, brutalized. And that's a motherfucking fact. So everybody think Puffy, we can say a sucker, but the niggas know, fuck around with Puffy, bad news beat you home too.
I think it's going to be a tough mountain for him to climb with that, because you have the Cassie Ventura video that is out there. You also have him initially denying that he participated in the abuse of her. And you have someone that has every resource available to them to flee the country, even if they do take his passport, which I assume that they will do. So I don't know in this case whether he will be granted bail. He shouldn't be, but we'll see.
What do you make of these charges? And my gosh, I know, again, you haven't had an opportunity to read through the indictment that much, but
Suge and Pop underestimated Puffy. Look how it turned out.
I went through it for the last 15 minutes where they talk about a campaign over years of coercion and sexual violence and physical violence and threats, and that it was Combs and his associates that were doing all of this to enrich themselves and benefit the Combs enterprise, and that he was engaging in transporting people for illegal sexual activity.
I was talking about beating Puffy up. Puff put $1 million on his head.
What we've heard in the lawsuits against him. But what is kind of interesting is none of those people, not one of those people who filed a lawsuit against him is actually publicly identified, is specifically identified, should I say, in this indictment. There's a reference to victim 1, but we don't know who that is. It seems to me
if they give him a bond, it's because they want him to die in the streets instead of in prison.
To build up this case. But as you know, engrossing as this is, and as comprehensive as it is, it's also not very specific.
Puffy on the clock. I'm saying that right now. He got too much information. They got to pull the plug on him. This can go horribly wrong with Puffy. This like the reason they kill somebody. They can't let this man get on no stand, bro. Puffy bold enough, he might try to defend himself. Puffy got that Nino Brown, and you know it's bigger than me. They cannot let P. Diddy get on that stand and try to play his cards about politicians and everybody that's on that motherfucker. Nah, that's too risky, bro. That's too risky. The government know, man. Best thing to do is let them get a bond, and then hey, say some retaliation happened to him in the streets.
Prove all of this.
That's actually not uncommon. A lot of times we don't release all of the information that we receive in the indictments. If you look at Brian Koberger, for example, in Idaho, specifics of what were found, some were released, some were not released. So it's not necessarily an uncommon thing. Also, this is a difficult situation in that you have victims of very serious sexual abuse and sexual crimes, and they have a right to privacy. And so really the DA might be working with them to ensure that they have that privacy, but also to ensure that they have the information that they need to ultimately get a conviction. And so obviously that's a kind of a tenuous rope to walk, if you will, but that's my guess, is they are trying to honor their privacy, as they should.
You know what, I find it really interesting that they talk about it's essentially flouting the law, right? That this idea that he was allegedly engaging in all of these different crimes and then trying to escape liability by covering it up. And if I may, since Tracy, you and I covered it, I just want to repeat this section from the beginning of the indictment. It talks about, and this is under the racketeering charge. So count 1, racketeering conspiracy. We're talking about a criminal enterprise. There are underlying crimes. It says physical abuse by Sean Combs. The defendant was recurrent and widely known, that physical abuse. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others and included one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. What do you make of that?
See, and that's something that all this just trying to focus on the women. See, that's separate me. This nigga was doing this too. He slapped Drake. Had Drake had to get in the hospital. He beat Drake. Why won't y'all say that? Blew up Kid Cudi card. You know, all of the gangsters, it was shoot niggas getting beat when Puffy pull up and leave. Niggas getting shot. Why they keep talking? Oh, he's just abusing women. No, ma'am. No. Let's stop now. Let's give him his credit. Let's give him his proper due. He was beating these niggas out here too. That's a fact.
Maybe upset with me, so I apologize for this, but I was actually talking about this earlier. Absolutely. Obviously, I put the blame squarely on Diddy for the abuse. Oh, man. This nigga was sexually harassing niggas in public, like Meek Mill, like Fabulous. Let's stop this shit, man. Everything he did to women, he did to men. This nigga was an equal opportunity type of guy. Whatever he do to a woman, he gonna do to a man. He sexually harassing niggas in people's face. How much is that worth? What he done to Fabulous? Now, I say Fabulous should come forward. That's disgusting, and that's gonna live forever. Puffy coming on that man, I want to party with you. Fabulous, like a victim. That's a sexual assault victim. If it been a woman, they be telling her to go to court. I already partied with you, Puff. No. I'm talking about really party. Now, what the hell did he mean by that? What do you mean by really party? That's sexual harassment. Come on, man. He did that to hip hop artists. This dude is a real creep who has no limits, man. No, we want all that in court. But there are bystanders who encouraged this to happen, who allowed this to happen.
He did that for the industry to humiliate black men, bro. That's serious business, man.
People are scared. People are
Come on, man. Meek Mill.
You know
He talking about you deserve it, daddy. Go ahead, daddy. And then Meek Mill sitting in that pool. In the pool. People talking about he cooling his ass off. P. Diddy tell him, you need a break, boy. You deserve that break after what I just did to you. And P. Diddy on camera talking about, daddy, you deserve it, daddy. That's sexual harassment. That's sexual harassment. Come on, man. That's how females talk to niggas. Get you a break, daddy. Ooh, you just take a what? Take a break, daddy, till round 2 come. What?
I took on one of the largest
We want
private
all
schools
that
in this
in
country
evidence.
for
Share that to
abuse, an individual downloading porn. And so, I think sometimes we have to take the not safe route to protect other people and to
niggas singing happy birthday to French Montana like Marilyn Monroe. Remember Marilyn Monroe sung happy birthday to John F. Kennedy. Happy birthday, Mr. President. All sexual and feminine. Then you have B. Diddy replaying that for French Montana on tape. That's sexual harassment. How much is that worth?
Protect these women. And so in my opinion, those witnesses and bystanders, I feel like they need to be held accountable as well.
One of the things that I am noticing from this as well is, there's certain sections, and I'm going to let you go because I know you have to go, Tracy. It talks about from at least in or about 2008 that this enterprise was started. It doesn't go so much into the 90s specifically, and a lot of the lawsuits that were facing Sean Combs are about alleged conduct in the 90s. So I'm not entirely clear whether or not that's actually a part of this indictment or not. What do you make of that?
I'm not an attorney, but part of me wonders, you would know more than I, if statute of limitations had run out on some of them, and that's why they were civil suits and then not part of the indictment. But then they used that information from the civil suits, right, to build a case with the more recent allegations. And so that's what I make of that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that could be a consideration. I will tell you though, it's not like these are all just allegations of federal crimes. There are allegations of violations of state crimes that make up that underlying.
This nigga is the pervert Democratic version of Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain is well known. Wilt the Stilt, say he slept with over 10 to 20,000 women. That's true. Wilt the Stilt said that. He slept with about 10 to 20,000 women in his life, Wilt the Stilt. P. Diddy is the Democratic transitioning version, where he trying to beat Wilt Chamberlain, but he trying to cheat, but he trying to hit anything.
Conspiracy.
He count Meek Mill,
thank you,
Lil Baby, all them,
and
really his count.
Appreciate your perspective, and let's touch base later in the week as we learn a little bit more from this.
Thank you, Jesse.
You got it. So I think we have to take another quick break.
These
but
new
we have a
breed niggas, they trying to cheat to get to 20,000.
And again, at 11:30 a.m. when we expect a press conference.
Diddy won't sleep with women. The Democrats say, Diddy say, a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man, right? And then they look at the Democrats and they say, right. He said, all right, Will, I'm coming to get that record.
The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before the court later today and in support of the
Come on, y'all know that's true.
For the defendant's
I'm just telling the truth.
Trial. As set forth below, there is no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others in the community, not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. As reflected by the gravity of the charges in the indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious flight.
Nah, that's disgusting, bro. I just thought about that. That's disgusting. My daddy, they had heroes like Wilt Chamberlain, a man's man. And then we got to look at the perverts like Diddy. This is the hero where anything goes. This nigga supposed to be a legend. He looking at me and talking about you go, daddy. What? Oh, man, I want to take a time. I want to go back to the 60s. Man, I want to be in this generation. What the hell is going on? But I'm so glad they locking them all up. All the hanky-panky niggas going to jail. So if you've been at home with your wife, this ain't happened. If you stay at home with your wife, your girl, your love, raise your kids, this won't happen to you. This is the message. Message. Honor the father and the mother. His nigga didn't honor his mother. He yelled at her. He was going to beat her. That's what Gene Deal said.
despite the conditions offered by his counsel. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk of obstructing justice. Indeed, and as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, the defendant has attempted to bribe security staff and threaten and interfered with witnesses to the criminal conduct. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation of this case, repeatedly contacting victims and witnesses and feeding them false narratives of events as described in detail below. There are simply no conditions that would ensure that the defendant's effort to obstruct and tamper with witnesses
Hey,
is
nigga, get away from Bobby
the
Brown,
defendant
nigga.
therefore cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. Now, one of the things they highlight later on, Bradford, is that he is facing charges, I was correct, a minimum of 15 years in prison to potentially life in prison. Your thoughts on the government's position here?
This is normally
Yes, crying right now. I
and
guarantee you that nigga that
called this
crying.
a while ago.
This
that
shit
I
got
don't think they
real.
would be agreeing to a bond. I knew that they wouldn't be agreeing to a bond because of the situation, even as it unfolded yesterday. When you have an individual that's arrested at his home or arrested wherever he is at night, and they want to hold him overnight until the next day for a hearing.
I just can't believe we seen the last of this nigga, bro. Real. We ain't seen the last of this nigga, man. This nigga gonna be dancing on the island with witness protection real soon, laughing at us, man.
In front of a judge, there are things that take place that are very easy to do and easy to breeze through the
This
system.
nigga from Harlem, man.
And
They
this
ain't
isn't
going
what
out like
happened
that.
yesterday. What happened yesterday was they picked him up, they held him overnight. I predicted that they were not going to agree to a bond, and I kind of knew the situation in terms of the danger to society, which is I think is going to be their biggest argument. The flight of
Why they
risk
keep showing
is
him with Bobby Brown? Bobby Brown like that, he's gonna get me indicted, man.
To argue, they're going to say he's got a lot of money, he has access to jets, but that's what they said originally when they raided his home. So he didn't go anywhere. He could have flown to Morocco. He could have flown to Vietnam, all those places that don't have extradition. He didn't attempt to. He didn't do those things. Those are going to be the arguments that his lawyer is going to make.
That's what Jay-Z booking his shows at right now. Morocco and Vietnam. You can get about here.
Whether or not he is a risk to
you gotta go overseas to see Jay-Z now, y'all.
And whether or not his contact with these witnesses was ongoing obstruction thing. The judge could say, hey, if he was obstructing, why didn't you charge him with all these obstructing charges? If you thought that he was really obstructing these witnesses, it's a difficult argument to make, especially with the presumption
I'm gonna celebrate, man.
To put forth why they feel he's not a danger to society. And if they do have evidence, which I think they do, I mean, this has been an ongoing investigation for the past 5 months with a grand jury meeting, a couple times a week. I think they're going to have, as they say in cards, I think they have the nuts. I think they're going to, they're going
this
to
the same nigga. This the same nigga, Quincy Jones' daughter. She was scandalous for being around the nigga anyway, but still, cause see, my daughter could have been scandalous at one time. My mother, my sister, this nigga, the same nigga who Kadada Jones was kicking this nigga after Pac died. Yes, she was wrong for hanging with these niggas after Pac died, but money and fame make motherfuckers do strange shit, especially these women who want to hang out in these motherfucking circles. This nigga pissed in that girl drink, bro. I'll never forget that. That's why you disgusting punk. This nigga's will kill you for this. Pissed in that girl drink. Gene Deal say he put that motherfucking cup on the table. Everybody like, oh shit, she didn't see. Then she picked the motherfucking cup up, and P. Diddy sitting there laughing. He told him, you better not to say nothing. I think somebody had grabbed the cup or something happened. But this nigga finna let that. Just think about this. This nigga took the cup, pissed in it, and then gave it to it. But, his hate for Tupac, but he wanted to sleep with every woman Tupac slept with. That's the motherfucking fact. And people say that. His fascination for Pac. Now we know why. He wanted Pac sexually. This nigga's sick. But people who defended him, until it's your daughter, a nigga pissing in her cup, till it's your sister, nigga pissing in her drink, till it's your fucking mama, your auntie, your niece, nigga. It's real niggas, boy, that could be they'll punch your ticket for that, boy.
The individuals that they have that will testify that he attempted to give them money or he attempted to tell them, they were part of the, they were part of this ongoing criminal enterprise.
And by the way, obstruction does make its way into this indictment. He's not specifically charged with it, but it's part of like one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering. Look, I thought it was interesting. He showed up in New York in anticipation of these charges. My thought is he probably did that to say, I'm not a flight risk. I never ran during the course of this. I came here voluntarily. But the idea that you're learning from this document, the allegations that he might have been trying to influence witnesses,
wish he would have ran.
Problematic. Okay, so now, Chris, I want to go to you. What an indictment, okay? 14 pages. It's kind of what we expected, but it's also, you know, to see it and hear the allegations and hear how comprehensive it is. What's your takeaway?
Well, it is very comprehensive and it's detailed. And we're talking about human trafficking.
I know that ain't my boy to catch a predator. Oh, man.
That all have to link together and they result in potentially a very long prison sentence. You know, the federal government, Homeland Security agents, had the roadmap here. They had the civil suit by Cassie. They had 11 other civil suits. It was almost as if there weren't an investigation. It would be dereliction of duty not to start looking into it. But once they did open a federal investigation, they had a pretty good roadmap to go to get the search warrants, which we saw. And it seems to me,
they already sexually assaulted that nigga in there.
Investigation that they were able to recover a treasure trove of evidence, video evidence, digital evidence in those raids.
Now I want to hear niggas say Diddy got raped in jail. I mean, I want to hear them niggas say Diddy got raped in jail like they said it happened to Tupac. Diddy going through what Tupac went through, nigga, like I told niggas, nigga. What Pac was talking about was the humiliation. They told Diddy get up out of him, nigga. Now he's a freak. He liked that type of shit. Pac didn't like the type of shit. Diddy want to bend over, squat, show his ass to the motherfucking guards, nigga. Pac didn't appreciate that shit, nigga. Now I want to hear them niggas say Diddy was sexually assaulted in jail when they told him squat, nigga, cough, nigga, bend over, nigga, make sure you ain't keistered nothing in your ass, nigga.
I mean, there were agents on those raids who didn't know whose house they were going to raid until they pulled up on it. That's how closely held this was going into it. So, but the fact that they have this evidence they got from the raids that helped them to go to the grand jury and get this indictment, and it's a big case.
It's interesting, Bradford, that they haven't in this indictment, and you tell me if it's commonplace, they haven't listed
that bitch
what
he
the
like it
evidence
rough.
is
How
they
the
have,
guards gonna
right?
get
They
real
haven't
rough
said
with
we
him.
have this digital evidence. We spoke to X, Y, and Z witnesses. They haven't even publicly specifically identified any of the cooperating witnesses. They mention a victim one, but it's not like you see Cassandra Ventura's name. It's not like you see Joy Dickerson-Neal's name or Rodney Jones' name. It's comprehensive, but it's broad. It doesn't go into the specifics that I think many of us were anticipating. But having said that, this is also just the first charging document. This is the indictment. Is it not surprising we don't have that information? And when would we learn?
Diddy got a long road coming up. He ain't John Gotti. Even when John Gotti went to federal prison, the Aryan Brotherhood, y'all Google it, Aryan Brotherhood say, hey, man, you come get down with us, we're going to protect you. John Gotti with that New York mafioso attitude, he's like, I'm John fucking Gotti. No one protects me. I'm the boss of all bosses. Oh, the Aryans say, oh, you are? Okay, cool. My bad, Mr. Boss of all bosses. Then they went pay the black dude. Look it up. Hey, whoop John Gotti ass for a similar us. Black dude mopped John Gotti ass up. Look at the picture. This is the picture of the Don, the Teflon Don, bleeding in medical. Now, after he got his ass whooped, John Gotti, the leader of the mafia, he humbled himself, and then he had to go to the Aryan Brotherhood for that protection that they offered him in federal prison. Because when you get in federal prison and you got a name and some fame and some change, oh, you need protection. You see what I'm saying? So Diddy gonna pay one way or the other. And I'm the first one saying the Aryans gonna want that motherfucking contract. They're not gonna let the blacks just think because Diddy black, they get the contract. That ain't how federal prison works. It's about who won the prison.
Evidence the prosecution has.
Sure, it's not surprising. Usually indictments don't have a lot of detail in them. It's unusual when they do. And usually when they lay out a ton of detail, it's because there's some weakness in the case. There's something they're trying to do to cover up with all these allegations. In this case, the indictment is what's expected. It makes the bare allegations. It lists victim one, which we can assume is Cassie because of the way that they address it. But you're guessing at who victim 1 is. You're guessing at who cooperating witness is. All these things that normally happen in an indictment happen in this indictment. I've had many, many cases in the Southern District of New York.
His ass going
and
fed.
These indictments are commonplace anywhere. Southern District of Florida, same thing. Usually you don't find where there's an indictment with great detail.
The Aaron's gonna get him. It's too much money on the line. The Aaron's run federal prison, bro. Niggas don't be telling the truth.
Usually it's an area of time, so it gives you kind of a goalpost of what time they're looking at, what time frame, and the allegations that they're making during that time frame. Especially when it comes to RICO charges, you're not going to find something like the YSL case, where the attorneys in that case went into great detail about all this RICO and racketeering and what they did and when they did it. You're not going to find that in a federal case. This is a more streamlined type RICO case, and you're not going to find, like, again, the circus that's happening in Atlanta. That doesn't happen in federal court.
So a couple of things. One, at 11:30 a.m., we are waiting for a press conference to be held by Damian Williams, who's the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, who will go into more detail.
And the Sinaloa cartel just had to sue his ass too. That nigga ass in trouble, bro.
About this
bad timing, bro, to go to federal prison. The Sinaloa cartel just had to sue
20
you.
years. You have another charge to be.
And he's saying you fucked up their business. So
he's looking at very, very serious prison time, if ultimately convicted. I do want to go over this with you, Chris. Sure. So this is a racketeering case. The first charge is the racketeering conspiracy to violate the racketeering statute. And you're talking about an agreement to violate the law. You're talking about a criminal enterprise. All these
definitely a good
underlying crimes as part of what a criminal enterprise is. There is a section of this indictment that talks about the means and the methods of the enterprise, and I want your reaction to it. This is where they talk about the freak-offs, right? These really disgusting sexual sessions. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, I'm not even getting it, electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across
big mistake
and international
involving his business, his legal business.
Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, often involved multiple sex workers. And the allegation was he would force women to have group sex with male, sometimes male sex workers. And during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And then it says this part that, they talk about how he had help, that members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking the hotel room, stocking the hotel room.
That's crazy, bro.
Controlled substances.
See, the Fed's smart. They charging everybody. They saying your whole enterprise helped you. Guess what? Everybody not gonna stay silent. You might have a few people actually worship him like God, like Stevie J and them. But it's some people, they down with him. It's bigger than money. They believe this nigga is a deity to them. That's just true. But it's some people, this just was business. They're not going to federal prison for him. And the Feds saying all of y'all helped him do this criminal business. I don't give a damn if you was here cooking pancakes, nigga. While you was feeding him, he was able to do this criminal operation. That's crazy. I don't care if you came to cut the grass. You manicured the lawn so it would look real pretty for the criminal freak-offs to go on. This is crazy.
Baby oil,
everybody,
extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs. It's really disgusting stuff.
Well, it is. And what you see here is the extreme level of predatory behavior, right? This is the extreme of what we see in our investigations, our takedown investigations on True Blue with, predators who come into our stings. This guy is the ultimate groomer, according to this indictment, allegedly, if all these allegations are true. He set it up. He had a fantasy. He couldn't resist this fantasy. He had to fulfill it. And he had the means and the contacts, the power and the money, the access to pull all this together. Now, here's a guy who's a mega music producer. A lot of people depend on him for their celebrity, their success, everything else. So he holds a lot of this power over their heads. Then you introduce the alcohol, the drugs, the notion that if you go along with this, you're going to be someone. The notion that this is just part of this out there extreme lifestyle that we have in this business. And it became acceptable in his mind. And so the fantasy becomes reality. And then you have this major event that is likely videotaped. So the predator, being Holmes in this case,
the females was just a bait. That nigga don't like no women. That he beat women. He hate women. His mama, he hate women. He cuffed her, like Cassie told you. The BBC that he ordered and made her wear white fingernail polish because he liked how the white fingernail polish looked when it was wrapping her hand around the BBC. Huh? No, females were bait. They were just objects to be used for him to have his pleasure of getting to be around men and act like, oh yeah, this all good, baby. This Hollywood, baby. This Hollywood. Nigga, we ain't in no Hollywood. Oh, just act like we is, nigga. Ha. Yeah, all that's going into court documents. That's what this nigga here tried to. They got all of this is going into court record. You see, they didn't want no women. You should have knew that one nigga 50-some years old and he ain't settled down yet. Wasn't no settling down because why? Y'all would judge him if he actually settled down the way he wanted to.
This case can relive it and show it and brag about it and experience it over and over again. It is so typical of a predator.
Now, look, these are very disturbing allegations, Bradford. That's clear.
Boy, they got my boy Chris Hansen on here to catch a predator, man.
Again, I said this before. There are eerie similarities between this and the R. Kelly indictment, which was also out in New York. It was also a federal case. There was racketeering charges. There was sex trafficking charges. How does one defend this in front of a jury?
So there's a couple different ways. Number one is because of the other individuals that were involved, I'm sure you're going to have multiple flipping witnesses. The government generally, approaches these individuals. They say, hey, listen, you can either be on, the defendant side of the case, which we'll be more than happy to add you to this racketeering charge, or you can be on the state side or government side of the case.
They should have let Chris Hansen walk in there and arrest him. Then he would have been pissed.
Why you saw different things coming about Cassie and like that video that was leaked. And I said this at the time. The video was being leaked. My belief is that the video was being leaked to show that Cassie was a victim and should not be a defendant in the case. I'm sure Cassie was, according to reports, according to other individuals that have talked about it, and according to individuals that I've spoken to, Cassie engaged in some of these.
Now I'm gonna explain this to y'all because this was talked about in the court documents. Cassie said this was after one of their wild nights of orgying with BBC, several male sex workers that he enjoyed. She wanted to leave. She tired of this BS. She wanted to go. He didn't. He wanted more. He wanted her to order more BBC for him. Damn it, he can't call him. You got to call and do the ordering. Shit, I'm paying for it. And she didn't want to. So she was leaving. And he drug her back and beat. This was in the court documents. He drug her back and beat her. All because he was still pumped up and wanted more BBC, and she didn't.
That are going to be going on.
That's a fact. This is in court documents.
Sean Combs. So because of that, and they know that was going to come out, I think they wanted to make sure that she was labeled as a victim and not as a co-conspirator, because I think very easily a lot of individuals could be co-conspirators with Diddy. My understanding is that there was a lot of individuals that were involved. And I think by looking at the indictment and seeing that only Sean Combs is the only defendant currently, who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs.
That's just like
and
Epstein.
They're getting some sort of immunity. You find it's usually very unusual to have a RICO case with one individual as a defendant.
I was curious because you're right. He's the only one charged, and you're seeing that he allegedly had a lot of coordination and cooperation. I want to read you something here, Chris. So this is now from that letter that I mentioned from the government to the judge requesting that no bail be issued. And they talk about how he's violent. They said, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards the employees and his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed or experienced violence. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual. One. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping.
I can tell y'all, this nigga's super violent. If they go down, anybody would be paying attention to the beef that was going. Nigga, Puffy and them wasn't always getting pressed. Them niggas was doing some pressing. Are you kidding me? Every time Suge been shot, them niggas was doing some pressing. Nigga, motherfucker talking about Puffy y'all violent. I don't know who the fuck you niggas. Well, you just the wrong place. Puffy is extremely violent, nigga. That's what money and arrogance do. And you got niggas who do anything for money. This nigga's extremely violent, nigga. And the federal government know it. They let this nigga smile and shit on TV and play nice all these. You know how many people no longer with us because of this nigga? Shit, the federal government know who they dealing with, bro. They ain't made no mistakes.
The latter of which is corroborated by police.
It's some shit they can't even say in court, nigga.
Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirators set fire to individual one's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. I think that this is Kid Cudi. So if we go back to the Cassie Ventura lawsuit, she made an allegation that Diddy blew up his car because she was, talking to him or whatever it was. When you hear this is a whole separate component of this case as well.
Well, it goes to the power, the enforcement, the thought that you are too big to be busted. You get away with things enough times in your life at this level, you think you're invincible, and you're not, because at some point people are going to see the Cassie video. They're going to see the brutality of it. This wasn't an argument or just a domestic violence case in a hotel lobby. This was an all-out ass whooping of an innocent, vulnerable,
because he wanted her to automobile BBC for him video, so he could play with those male prostitutes, and she didn't want to on that day. That's exactly what happened.
Charging a crime that was significant for the reasons Bradford said, and in the back of the minds of the federal investigators, because they're thinking, we can't let this guy get away with this. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. You talk about the allegations in the indictment. You're talking about arson, kidnapping. This can't be allowed in society, no matter who you are. And there are a lot of allegations here. And I think going back to him making himself available into New York.
Come on, man. The Lil Rod indictment. Lil Rod indictment got in it that these elaborate parties Puffy throwing is also used to traffic drugs. They told you it's liquid heroin in a lot of these bottles. Don't forget, that's in court papers. It's liquid heroin in a lot of these Ciroc bottles. They are throwing parties and are actually trafficking narcotics. That's in the motherfucking indictments.
Knowing this was coming, and clearly that's an attempt to bargain for his.
That's why they charge him with drug trafficking
through the court system. But it's going to be very tough when the judge takes a look at this and sees the potential danger, the potential witness tampering, the things that have already happened. What, suddenly he's going to change? It's going to be a tough argument for his lawyers.
And it says that the government's investigation is ongoing in this letter. While the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing.
And you have to wonder how many of these events were somehow videotaped or captured to show other people, to encourage this notion that, if you cross me, this is what's going to happen to you. And it doesn't matter how big you think you are, I'm bigger and I'll crush you. So, was some of that taken from one of the raids?
So now I'm curious, Bradford, if once we knew that he was arrested last night and we knew this indictment was coming, I went back, And I looked at all of the lawsuits. I looked at all of the lawsuits that he's facing, from April Lampros, to Rodney Jones, to even the Cassandra Ventura one that was settled, to Dawn Richard. There's the Grace O'Markey one that lists him as a defendant, but his son is the one who's the main defendant. There's Joy Dickerson Neal. Do you have a sense from reading these papers, these indictment, this letter, how much of these witnesses, their accounts are made up in the criminal charges? How much they are cooperating witnesses? How much are their accounts part of these criminal charges? Do you have a sense of that?
I think that, yeah, I mean, when I read some of these lawsuits, some of them I think are so fantastical that I don't think they would make great witnesses. I think Cassie's is the most credible. In terms of looking at the other lawsuits, I think that those witnesses can provide some backup and some confirmation of some allegations, but I don't think they're going to be the star witness. I think there's probably going to be 5 main core witnesses, and those are going to be the 5 individuals that were closest to Sean Combs. I'm sure they have subpoenaed assistance.
This indictment came out so we could not talk about the assassination of Trump. This is why they indicted his ass. They playing his ass, and it's to take the assassination. What the Democrats tried to do is assassinate Trump. It's not. I can't even run that story today because I got to deal with this right now. They know that was masterful what they did too, nigga. Now the whole world talking about this nigga and not talking about Donald Trump, which is almost assassinated again.
For personal assistance, calendars, anyone that keeps those calendars. And what the government does is essentially they just put a story together. And those are the best cases, is that when you can put a story together where you're not relying on one individual witness, where if that witness gets crushed on the stand, your case is kind of over. What you do is you build up a case through, like I said, 5 or 10 core witnesses that all can verify what the other one is saying.
World War III on the table. Putin talking about nuking us with these people. They all that's off the news right now because
this is how it happened to me, or this is how this happened, or if Cassie was present during one of the other witnesses and something happened to that other witness, they'll be like, yeah, Cassie was there, and then Cassie obviously testifies, I was there.
Well, Bradford, just one follow-up question to that. The allegations from the 90s, so there have been people who have accused Sean Combs in lawsuits of sexual assault back in the 90s. Now, some of them are able to bring their lawsuits because of a particular law in New York that allowed people to look back when you
97
sexual assault claim.
97. He just got hit for $100 million. By the guy who sued him and said that in 97, after Pac died, then Big died. 97 is here. This nigga is at a party, allegedly. Well, what the judge is saying, she gave him $100 million default. He done sexually assaulted a guy. Put something in the man. The man say, did he put something in his drink? He was with a woman. He woke up. Did he having sex with the woman? Looked at him and said, what I'm doing to her, I just did to you. Now you might be like, man, stop. It's in the court paperwork. And they just gave that man $100 million. Sean Diddy Combs, they was partying together. They was at a swingers orgy. This type of shit niggas try to overlook. He was at a swingers orgy in 97, bro. This nigga been doing this forever. And put something in that man's drink. The man passed out. Man woke up, did he have sex with a woman? Looked at that man and said, what I'm doing to her, I just did to you. And it cost him $100 million.
I don't know if the 90s claims are a part of this. If they would be, if something was time barred under state law, could it still be used as evidence or in a federal case?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. The feds always have a way of bootstrapping in stuff that you feel is outside the scope or outside the statute of limitations by saying it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. And this was something that was continually going through the years, 2002, 2003. And in your head, you're like, wow, these are 20-year-old allegations. These are 25-year-old allegations. But when you're talking about an allegation that is part of an ongoing criminal enterprise, that's how they kind of bring it in. It's the same thing with co-defendants, right? If you have a co-defendant and you guys are robbing banks and you don't technically get out you say like, hey, I'm out, I'm done with this, and that co-defendant continues to rob banks, they can try and say, hey, we're still looping you into all these other bank robberies because you were part of the original conspiracy. And I've seen that happen before. So it's time will tell what they will bring in, but they always bring in different allegations to show motive or to show, you know what
happened?
else that
I'm gonna tell you what happened to this pervert. That's what is it, L.A. Reid? That's what happened to him. You see, they done that to him, and then he just became a monster to men, women. He wasn't gonna have no respect for nobody because they didn't have nothing for. They treated him like a little boy toy. And Clyde Davis and them. See, that's why he just can't be a man because he know what happened to him. So he don't want no woman no more. But he wants to break men. He don't want men to be men. That's why he getting all these young rappers feminizing them. You know, yeah, because he don't want nobody to be no man. He hate that type. Come on, bro, because of what they done to him. What the saying say? Hurt people. Well, here you got a prime example. The P. Diddy story.
Charged, but look, he used baby oil in this case. He used baby oil in this case. I use the example of the wet bandits from Home Alone. You know, it's like they could have done something in 2000 where they got caught by flooding someone's house, and then in 2020, all of a sudden it's the same thing. They can say, hey, look, this is their MO. So a lot of ways those things come in, not necessarily as an individual charge.
He needs to go after Clyde Davis. He need to bring that motherfucker.
So I want to let everybody know in about 8 minutes we are anticipating this press conference, presumably held by federal authorities, but more specifically, Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. You see a live shot outside the courthouse right there. Elizabeth Milner, our reporter, is there as well. So hopefully when that gets going, we will be able to go live. Chris, I want to go back to you on something. So in this letter,
I know he know Clyde killed Whitney. I know he got that information.
To the judge, presumably overseeing this part of the case, asking that there be no bail set. They talk about how Combs is a danger because he has allegedly bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. I want your thoughts on this. So it talks about the 2016 Cassie Ventura video, and at the same time, staff members were in close communications with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault, prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server. Again, this is exactly the allegations from Cassie Ventura that she made in her lawsuit. Then it talks about how throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 2023, immediately following public allegations of certain of the defendant's crimes, including his physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendant and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls on a co-conspirator's cell phone, thereby attempting to obscure the involvement in the obstruction.
Well, it's the cleanup crew, right? When you know you're in deep trouble, when you know these allegations go back, dozens of years.
And they took the phone calls to the law. That's why he done it.
Because
they got all the evidence.
To get to these people at some point. And the more you can muddy the waters, and the more you can get people to back up your story, your defense, in your mind, the better off you are. But and to record it, to try to have some sort of independent evidence in his mind.
This nigga telling all these people they willingly did this stuff. Nah, I didn't put no drill. Nah, you willingly did. You went there. You was. Nah, I didn't die. All these lies he telling these people, man. The people know what you did, bro.
Smart the criminal is. These efforts at some point get sloppy because there's so much evidence here that it's going to be impossible.
Man, a serial predator, bro. That's just the truth. Nobody want to face the fact, man. A serial predator, bro. A major one.
In the letter to the judge regarding bail, it's hard to get away with this.
Like Epstein, he wanted power so he can do this type of shit. He wanted power so he can do this.
And as Bradford said earlier, all of this goes into the narrative, the storytelling of the prosecution at trial to make this an understandable story to a jury at some point if this case goes that far. And they have a hell of a predatory narrative.
All these niggas, it got to happen, but they set our people back in 50 years with this bullshit they doing, bro.
That we haven't seen.
Would you like to know what they got, the evidence they have?
I would.
So as I mentioned, this indictment Comprehensive,
They
but
talk
but
about it a
bear
little
with.
bit in the indictment.
So now I'm going back to this letter. I'm going to read a few things, and I want both of your perspective on it. I'll start with
Remember,
you.
the
So
MSNBC reporter Torre. I don't know if he they reporter, but y'all know Torre. He be on there. He after all this, Cassie came out. He came out and told the story of his cousin, his male cousin. He told Diddy, man, my cousin, man, need a job. I don't know if this was an alley-oop to sue him, but he said, y'all niggas got to quit taking y'all cousins to Diddy. That's ridiculous, man. So he took his male cousin to Diddy. I don't know if it was a play to sue Diddy. And Diddy said, I'll look out for him. Yeah, I'll look out for him. So the male cousin was an intern. The male cousin say everything was going good at first, but then, Diddy wanted him to come over late hours of the night, and he was making sexual innuendos at him. He told Diddy he wasn't into that. And then he was fired. He was fired because he didn't want to go do some hanky-panky, frisky lube and dildo stuff with Diddy. And he was fired. So now Teray is finally telling people, this type of stuff. But this type of shit Diddy was doing in the game, man. Young teenage boys out of high school coming to get a job. He giving them a job, but he's trying to sleep with them. And then if they want to sleep with him, he fired them. Shit.
Evidence as a factor why he should be denied bail. As to witnesses to date, the government has conducted interviews with over 50 victims and witnesses, many of whom saw or experienced the defendant's abuse. Many of these witnesses corroborate one another, and their accounts are similarly consistent with the other types of evidence discussed below. The government only expects that number to continue to grow, given that the investigation, which is now public, is ongoing. The electronic evidence is similarly, I can never say that word, similarly, it's close enough. It's vast. The government has sought and obtained numerous search warrants for such evidence, in addition to obtaining evidence voluntarily from certain victims and witnesses. Setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones. I believe, do we have a live feed right now? Is that what's going on? Oh, yeah, we have a live feed right now. We'll continue this. Again, I believe this is Damian Williams. Okay, so again, this is a live feed. We are waiting for the press conference to be held as soon as it starts. You can keep that up. I'll keep an eye on it. But again, going back, we're waiting for a press conference right now to learn a little bit more from the indictment. It seems the team is assembling. Damian Williams from the Southern District of New York will be speaking. As soon as that starts, we'll go live. Going back to this document, though, it says, setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices such as hard drives, thumb drives, cameras, a surveillance system. The electronic data comes from the defendant himself, as well as co-conspirators, victims, witnesses, and chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity as it occurs. Just making sure that he is not speaking. I think they're just wanting to check they're just checking the microphones. Okay. The evidence also consists of physical evidence, which was seized pursuant to search warrants executed at the defendant's residences in LA and Miami, as well as on as a person and the person of certain.
That's the drugs, the lubricant,
in addition
the
to the
dildos
firearms and electronics discussed above, the physical evidence also includes other evidence of freak-offs, including over 1,000 bottles of baby oil and personal lubricant. Finally, the evidence includes
1,000 bottles of lubricant and baby oil. What the Buff Bagwell type bullshit is this? This nigga, 1,000 bottles of lube and baby oil. Cassie said he liked to lube up, and the black men, he makes sure they real oily. He want them real oily. He makes sure they oily. That's what Cassie said. The police was able to go in and verify. This nigga still had evidence. Thousands of bottles. This shit is crazy, them motherfucker, man. Is this your king, man?
Records obtained pursuant to over 300 grand jury subpoenas and other voluntary.
They got paddles and chains and
These materials come from over 100 entities and individuals, including communication providers.
Nigga got the little apple you put in your mouth and all that type of swings, sex swings and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. And think about this. They have video of some of these freak-offs. You can pretty much count on that. They found those. And imagine the strength of that evidence in a trial. If you see Combs involved in this, you see the victimization, the predatory behavior. it's game over. That's very
I
strong
can't get it.
evidence. And how do you,
Once you see the picture, you can't get out your head. 1,000 bottles of lubricant. This nigga is the addict. 1,000. Playboy, 100 too much. 1,000. Lord have mercy. You need help, boy.
as a defense lawyer, strike that evidence or keep it from being presented at trial. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Why don't we ask Bradford Cohen?
Yes,
Bradford
exactly.
Cohen, you heard. So look at that. I mean, what they listed. These are allegations,
Sure.
is what they say they have. But what do you make of that?
Sure. I think that the Southern District of New York
Right.
is very
They sell
comprehensive
baby oil
in their
in prison, nigga.
investigation. That's what they do.
Have baby oil,
They,
have hundreds of bottles of
they
baby
sent out
oil in your
subpoenas,
prison
and
cell,
they
nigga.
were
Watch
sending
what happen
out
to you,
subpoenas.
freak
It was
ass
reported
nigga.
that they were sending out subpoenas to all these different individuals and things of that nature. The problem is that in today's day and age, everyone records things. Everybody puts things on their phones. They will also have, I'm sure, they will have coordination of the phones. So they'll have a triangulation of where the phones were at certain times to coordinate and to bolster witnesses' testimony that here's where I was on this date. Well, they'll see that your phone was exactly where you said you were on that date and who was with you. Bob Smith and Jane Smith. And then they look at Bob Smith and Jane Smith's phone data, and they'll see that phone was, all three of those phones were together on that date. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't one piece of evidence that you're like hanging your hat on. They are going to stitch together a story and timeline that's going to be very difficult for the defense to overcome, other than
Sick, bro.
attacking
That nigga
witnesses'
had
statements and
gay
saying they were
sex. That
part
was
of
for
this
gay
whole
sex, bro. This nigga is
conspiracy, and
sick, bro.
they were willing participants in what was going on.
So, by the way, as you can see here, this is a live shot. We're waiting for the United States Attorney from the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, to speak after the unsealing of this grand jury indictment in the Sean Combs case. He's facing racketeering and sex trafficking charges. I'm also reading from this letter from the government, from prosecutors to the judge, saying that his bail should be denied. I believe both issues will be discussed today. You see a bunch of, imagine, reporters taking pictures of something. There could be some board up there. Imagine sometimes we see that it could be a board of a presentation of some kind. As we wait for that to go live, Bradford, I do want to ask you a question. The government said that the defendant's proposed bail package is insufficient. This is the bail package that the defense had presented. Defense counsel has proposed certain bail conditions, including home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured.
Bond, hell no. 1,000 bottles of lube. No bond when we heard that, nigga. You're sick ass. You ain't getting out just because of that, nigga.
Set out above, in particular, given the defendant's history of engaging in obstructive conduct, the court must reject the insufficient conditions proposed by defense counsel, which do nothing to
nigga supposed to have 1,000 kilos in there. This nigga got 1,000 bottles of lube and dildos.
Normally,
Crazy.
those conditions would go to risk of flight. The fact that they're making the allegation that he's tampering with witnesses, that he's making phone calls to witnesses, that he has other people making phone calls to witnesses, that he's a danger to society, that's the one that's hard to put bail conditions on that can limit that. Once you make those allegations, it's very difficult to counter those allegations with some way, somehow. And not only that, the government, which I'm sure they will make this argument, because the bond is secured by a house for $50 million, that doesn't mean the access to the
and the
money
Fed
isn't
seized it.
there. So he's not.
The Fed seized the lube and the oil because it's part of the crime.
His travel.
Cassie told them people he make everybody lube up, baby oil and all that type of shit. Yeah, because he like to see black men glistening. Cassie said that, nigga. He like to see black men glistening, and he makes the women wear white fingernail polish after he lubes and baby oils everybody. Nigga, that's why he took it, because it's evidence.
Will we know about that today? Do you think that decision about bail will be? We're not going to know about that today.
So what will happen today is he'll go in front of a judge. If he's arraigned today, he'll plead not guilty.
Bradford, I'm gonna have to jump in real quick. Damian Williams is speaking right now. Let's go.
My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a three-count indictment charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and concealed his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity.
That's it for him.
Including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances, male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
Done, son.
As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. Alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleged other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linen, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. As alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, In March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims.
Revolutionary salute to our brother, Mr. Altruistic, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Crazy.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
I told y'all there was evidence.
As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced.
Now make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense. This is a billionaire who don't have no felonies. Why is it guns in his house with serial number scratched off, bro? This nigga want to be a criminal so bad he doing stupid shit. Just like a nigga with no felonies having illegal weapons when you got the right to carry them. This is dumb, but this go to show you this nigga is not too bright, man. The boy isn't a felon. He can have rooms full of weapons legally. But he want to scratch guns off. That's because he's a criminal. And he want to give these to people to go cause harm to people. And it don't come back to him. That's disgusting. And that's what he get.
Another picture of more ammunition.
Damn fool.
And parts of 2 AR.
Nigga could have had a gun store. Dummy.
Now I want to be clear about
a fool and his money. This is a biblical quote.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information, call 877-4-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SDNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic,
Jay-Z might as well leave the country.
And Mitzi Stein.
He's going to end up like Russell Simmons or he's going to end up like Puffy. He got to choose one. Ain't no other option.
They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this. So many others. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking any off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Jill Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embraced, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee. There was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to go beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
Thank you. John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff would.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. That's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen
Diddy.
to any other defendant.
Say you might Epstein yourself.
Trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around
That's a
the
good
clock,
question.
and they've had their hands full. Next question.
That's a good question. It's the same people who worked on Jeffrey Epstein case. Are they the ones working on this case? That's a hell of a question, nigga. Are they treating Diddy like Epstein?
NBC News. Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally, increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word
that nigga life in danger, bro.
In a very specific context. So
see, they putting that into the app for a reason.
Responding to lawful process.
That's they plant that report.
And the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To the end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs' surrender? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
You make a big deal of the guns, but how come they're not charged outright or with obliterating?
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of arms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I predict them sitting here today. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
These things develop all the way up into the very day that these cases go to trial. So there's a ton of evidence here to go through, and it would appear to be a daunting case for any defense lawyer.
Yeah, and he was also asked, also Bradford, I'll go to you. He was asked why it took so long, right? Why it took so long to ultimately prosecute Sean Combs.
That was the best question.
What did you make of that?
I thought that was one of the best questions asked, to be quite honest with you. Most of the stuff, he just reiterated what was going on. But I think the best question was, how did it go on for so long? Why is it only now that the feds are paying attention to it? And quite often you'll see that, we always say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. What happens is a lawsuit like this, like Cassie's is filed, and I said this at the time, when I read Cassie's lawsuit, I said this was the dumbest thing, that he didn't settle this lawsuit before they actually filed that lawsuit, was probably the dumbest legal move I've ever seen in all my years, because that opened the floodgates to not only civil cases, it was like blood in the water. At that point, the feds can't ignore it anymore. And believe me when I tell you, there has been whispers and street talk for years and years and years about different things revolving around Sean Combs, the arson cases, the violence, the things of that nature that have been, low whispers. And if the feds really wanted to jump in on that, the feds could have done that a long time ago. The feds chose not to do that, I believe, because of the position of the individual that the whispers were being made of. So once it becomes public like this, they have no choice. Their backs are against the wall. They have no choice but to pursue exactly what is the allegations are being made. And that Cassie lawsuit was basically their roadmap.
Yeah, and that's a good point. One thing I wanted to follow up with about that, Bradford, is he was asked about why New York's handling this. Now, I read through the indictment. There are certain connections to New York that this enterprise was facilitated through the Southern District, but he also said, look, I'm biased. I want to handle this case. Our office has the resources to handle it. We've covered complex cases before. This is what we do. Okay, but you have to have why is it your office versus a Florida office versus a California office? What did you make of that? What were we supposed to take about why the Southern District is handling this?
My guess is because Sean Combs has been such a New York figure. He got the key to New York from the mayor, I think, last year. And he's been such a staple of New York that I think that's why they wanted to bring it in New York. Not to take anything away from New York. I've had many cases in the Southern District. I think that the prosecutors are some of the best in the country, but I'm biased because I think our prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida are some of the best in the country, and they've done multiple complex litigation in the Southern District of Florida. I mean, Noriega was tried, all these different cases that have been brought in the Southern District of Florida have been very complex and very detailed. So my guess is there was probably a discussion of what area would take it and what area probably had a little bit of a jump on another area, and it was decided, I'm sure, between the districts that New York would handle the matter. But I would think that it would either go to the Southern District of Florida or Southern District of New York. I don't see a lot of other districts, not to throw any shade on other districts, but the Southern District of New York and the Southern District of Florida, I think, are two of the finest districts in the country when it comes to complex litigation and complex cases.
So, Chris, I want to go to you about something. He mentioned, and we saw this also in the paperwork, there are a number of alleged victims who have cooperated in this case, a lot of alleged witnesses to this conduct as well. While many might see this as a win, as a day justice has come, he talked about Damian Williams, how it was a year ago, Sean Combs got the key to the city, and now he's indicted. This is not easy for them, right? This is the start of the process where they may have to be identified. They may have to testify publicly, at least in front of a jury. Talk to me about your experience when this does now move through the legal process for the victims of abuse to have to go through this.
Well, I think the victims will find this somewhat liberating, the fact that they can come into a courtroom, tell their story, knowing that, Combs is being detained in all likelihood, knowing that the eyes of the federal government and federal law enforcement are on him and his people. They finally feel like it's safe to come forward and tell their story about being preyed on, about being exploited, because at the end of the day, that's what this is: sexual exploitation by a predator at a level which we very rarely see. I mean, you take a look at R. Kelly, right? Those cases were whispered about for a number of years. There were civil suits, but it wasn't until a documentary was put together and laid this all out there. Evidence that everybody knew about, but it was all in one digestible series. And that's when you saw the federal government get involved, and that's when you saw the indictment there. So the civil lawsuits here are the same thing, that put together a case for the Homeland Security agents to really get a grip on. And now, after these raids, after these witnesses now feel comfortable coming forward, it's a huge case.
Bradford, from a legal point of view, so I'm looking at the racketeering conspiracy, count one. It takes up, I don't know, I'm looking at the indictment. Takes up 11 pages, and that's just the indictment, right? So it doesn't even go to the specifics of it. Then you have count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. And then you have count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. How complicated and tough is it for prosecutors to prove those charges?
You know, like I said before, RICO cases are usually, it's not that they're difficult, it's that it's so expansive, it's so vast that you have, all these facts, all these things that are coming in to prove that racketeering charge. It's a long road. This would be a long case, because I think you'd have anywhere from 60 to 80 witnesses that would be coming in, including law enforcement, victims, assistants, records custodians, things of that nature. So it's not that it's super complicated. It's just that it is very, like I said, a very long road. It is easy to do when you tell a story and you go through the story time-wise. This is what happened on this date, and this is how it happened. The tedious part comes with phone records, digital stuff, different kinds of evidence. The physical evidence is the easy stuff. The phone records of who called who and when this call was made and how it was made. That's when all these diagrams come in, and you have pie charts, things of that nature. That's the more difficult part. But is it a difficult case to prove? Not if they're saying what they have. It's just a tedious case to prove. It's one of those things that you have to go through, have a checklist of everything that you're expecting to prove, and you go through methodically and check those things off through each witnesses. I think you're going to have a government team of probably, my guess would be four government employees, but probably AUSAs, and then 2 federal agents at the table to assist.
Right. So listen, this is a very, very big development, not unsurprising considering if anybody's been following this case. Sean Combs has officially been indicted by a grand jury. We read the indictment. We now know what the government's position is regarding bail. We heard from the United States Attorney. We're going to continue this conversation. Chris Hansen, thank you so much for coming on.
Jesse.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking the time. Bradford Cohen, want to thank you as well. Again, really appreciate your time, your perspective on this, as this is kind of breaking news. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Everyone out there, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have more for you on the other side. This 14-page indictment where he is being charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and he's also facing a third charge that's related to sex trafficking. Little different wording. It is the transportation to engage in prostitution. Very felonies, where he could potentially be facing 15 years to life in prison. Now, a little earlier, we were hearing the press conference by Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. A little bit later, Sean Combs will be in court where the issue of bail will come up. And one of the things that we have been also addressing is not only the indictment, but this letter that was sent from prosecutors to the judge overseeing this case, where they are requesting no bail be allowed, even though the defendant has put forward a bail package of $50 million secured by a property, and he would get a home detention. They said that's insufficient, that he is a danger, that he is a safety risk, that he is a flight risk. And they've also highlighted how he allegedly obstructed justice and tried to influence witnesses who were coming forward during the course of this investigation. So there is clearly a lot to break down here. I want to bring on right now criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla to talk a little bit more about this. Mauricio, thank you so much for coming on. It is quite the indictment. It is very comprehensive. although not as specific in times as that bail letter. But it's also not surprising. This is what we were expecting. What do you take away, your reaction from the charges that Sean Diddy Combs now faces?
First of all, it's clear that he is not a gangster. He is a record producer that's been surrounded by street people and gangsters, and then just has tried to become a gangster. For me, someone that practices criminal defense, to have somebody like him with AR-15s with the face serial numbers in your home is beyond ridiculous. I'm assuming that
Beyond
if this
ridiculous.
were to something like this were to go to trial, the defense is going to be, yeah, he's
Come on, man.
He's having
Come on, man. Don't let that little piece of understanding wish over you. Go over your head. A billionaire. No felony convictions. He could have a gun store in his home. That's legal. You have all the legal weapons you want. This clown got weapons with serial numbers scratched off. Playing gangster.
He's a
Cosplay.
freak, but he's not a criminal.
Caught up with him.
And is sex lube really evidence? I mean, who amongst us that doesn't have a bottle of sex lube can cast the first stone? I'm assuming that that's going to be one of the angles that the defense is going to take. But the problem is this, and I think Brad touched on it prior, regarding the video that was leaked regarding his ex-girlfriend and the beatdown, the fact that they've chosen New York as a jurisdiction. I mean, P. Diddy's known internationally, but in New York, everybody knows him. Everybody's seen the video. I think everybody there feels a certain way about him, and maybe that influenced the decision to bring the case there.
Criminal defense attorney, but I have to push back a little bit. I hear that could be but they're not saying that he just had, sex parties and every time. They're saying that he abused, threatened, coerced people, that he drugged them up, that he made them compliant, that he used physical force, and also threats of cutting them off and threats of, putting opportunities in their face to do what he wanted. And that he had a whole network of people, and that is engaging in everything from, and remember, this is a racketeering case, talking about a criminal enterprise, arson, kidnapping, forced labor, being individually charged with those specific crimes. Those are the predicate crimes of the racketeering conspiracy. It is more nefarious than that. I mean, how would they be able to, would it be striking at the credibility of the numerous people that testify, or is it some other legal defense?
I think it's going to be on the credibility of all those people that voluntarily took part in the orgy. I saw language in there that he gave people drugs because he wanted them obedient and compliant. Maybe he just gave them drugs because they wanted to do drugs. They were at the freak off because they were freaks. That's the problem with someone like him, is that he must know that at any moment, any person, whether it's or a man that was involved in this voluntarily, that all of a sudden comes back, you know what? It wasn't voluntarily. You made me. So that's going to be a problem for him, and it's something that he should have seen coming. But if you notice, indictment goes back to 2009. I mean, in 2009, private jet with women of questionable morality and men apparently in the indictment as well, and flying them around to have sex parties is literally like 80% hip hop video. So I feel like if the behavior that was once, high, that was once the norm for these record producers, now is people are realizing, you know what, that's human trafficking, and he's gonna have to deal with this.
Well, talking the evidence, right? They talk about in this bail letter, they've conducted interviews with 50 witnesses and victims who are talking about their observations about what they were inflicted, or allegedly what Combs inflicted upon them. And then they talk about the electronic evidence. They say, setting aside device used in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices, just hard drives, thumb drives, camera, surveillance system. And it comes from the defendant himself, as well as his co-conspirators, victims, witnesses. And it chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity, as they say. And we also know, and it was very quite specific in the indictment, and they mentioned in this letter as well, is the 2016 video of Combs allegedly beating Cassandra Ventura. They made note of that. So if they have this documented digitally, I mean, it's one thing to say what the witnesses, their observations or experience, but if you have this documented with a digital footprint, that feels very tough.
And it is. And, you know, every serious case that I'm involved in, myself, the colleagues, every single case has a forensic electronics, you know, component to it. And I'm pretty sure that when we look at this case, when they really look at the evidence, that's probably going to be his downfall. Because you're right, that's very hard to overcome. I believe that somebody like him, where if the allegations are true, was obsessive with with his insatiable appetite for orgies, for memorializing this, for using sex as a tool to gain power. I'm sure that he had a lot of things on his cell phones, on his hard drives, and then we're dealing with someone that was foolish to even have the AR-15s defaced, on their property. I mean, I deal with clients that know that you can't have that. So if he was capable
That's a
of
crime.
having something,
That in and of itself is a federal
yeah.
crime.
Oh no, that's a serious crime. Like if you had that,
The Trump shooter from the second assassination attempt,
Yeah.
that's what he's charged with.
Yeah, that's a serious crime, and to have that shows his mindset. He wasn't worried at all. He wasn't worried, and this is post civil lawsuits. By the time that they raided him, we could say that he was already kind of heated up. He could have already seen the possibility of somebody coming and raiding your home point, and to have something as as bad as defaced AR-15s, calls into question what is he going to have in his cell phones, what is he going to have in his hard drives. And I think that you're right. That's going to be a big part of this case. Now, I believe that. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Mauricio. Please continue.
No, I was going to say that they're probably going to want to get other people. Like, who are these big fish that he's having these freak-offs with? What record producer, what movie producer, who was it also involved, and may see that eventually he may flip, and he may flip on some people bigger than him.
You think prosecutors would agree to that? Because it seems like the big fish. The U.S. attorney said, nothing's off the table of charging other individuals or charging him with further crimes. But it seems like by him, and he's the only person indicted right now in this unsealed indictment. There could be a seating indictment, but it seems like he's if you take all this true, he's the leader. He's the top of this criminal enterprise. What else would they want to get? I mean, what kind of deal would they work out? I don't imagine they can make a deal with him.
They can. And the answer is, who else can they get? Anybody that they possibly can. So when they get all the way to the top, can't go any further, they can expand outward and look for other, high asset people in Hollywood, and then obviously we're not talking about immunity. We're talking about prison sentence, but it wouldn't be, going to trial and subjecting yourself to possible maximum penalties. So there is a hybrid solution for the feds where he takes a deal, he does significant prison time, but he involves these other people, because at the end of the day, they want to bring, I'm assuming, everybody to justice, engages in this behavior, not only P. Diddy, but other powerful people in Hollywood, powerful people in the New York music industry, etc., and other celebrities. Apparently, that's what he'd like to do, is have these parties, bring people that they could, so he can memorialize them getting freaky and use it to advantage. So who knows what's out there.
So we know that Alan Combs is expected to appear in court later today. There are going to be no cameras there. This is where on appearance he'll learn about the charges. He'll learn about his rights. And, there might be about bail, which brings me to this letter, Mauricio. So the prosecution in this case, they list out a number of reasons why bail should be denied. And they talk about how he is a physical danger to a lot of people, how he's a flight risk, how he was obstructing justice, that he was trying to influence the accounts of people, even back in 2023, just last year, who wanted to come forward with their accounts, and that he would be a danger on the outside. The defense proposed this bail package where it would be home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured by his Miami property. The prosecutors say that's insufficient. What do you make of that?
I think it's insufficient simply because we're not talking about 50 million liquid. We're talking about his home. And I believe that the worst allegations against him is this whole obstruction of justice, using violence to affect witnesses. Because at the end of the day, you have to think, is a guy like P. Diddy that's alleged of committing the crimes that he's been committing, specifically regarding obstruction of justice, is he going to sit in his mansion for 2 years and let the justice system play out, or is he going to fall back into the same pattern of behavior of attempting to, alter witnesses' testimonies, use his influence? So I think that's one of the worst facts against him possibly getting a bond.
And also, I have to tell you, it was something that was mentioned also during the course of the press conference, and it's mentioned a little bit in the indictment as well, is the amount of drugs, right? This idea of using these drugs to supply people during the course of the freak-offs, and how they would have to bring in like IV drips to resuscitate people during the course of this, not to make light of it. And he would have associates who would clean up after him, and they would book the hotel rooms. And this, when you think about, is this a criminal enterprise? And it doesn't have to have LLC at the bottom of it, but you're talking about a criminal organization, and there's an effort here, a concerted effort and a consistent pattern. The idea of having 1,000 bottles of baby oil, there was something about that's a sense of confidence that the prosecutors have, not only in this case, but that allegation, which is, you talk about a freak off, this idea of forcing women to engage in sex work, sexual activity with male sex workers. It's very disturbing to hear, but prosecutors seem confident being able to prove it.
And I made light of the sex lube, but in the end, when we're talking about 1,000 bottles, that puts it in perspective to a juror or to your average person, where you say to yourself, this is not for personal use. This guy's going to the Costco's of sex lube to purchase 1,000. Puts it in the perspective of this wasn't for personal use. This is for a conspiracy or organization. It's just not normal, that amount.
By the way, when you read this indictment and you read that leaders, it seems to me, and although they're not direct, you don't see Cassie Ventura's name, you don't see Rodney Jones' name, you don't see his name, you don't see the names of all the people who have filed lawsuits against. It seems to me that prosecutors are believing their stories. Allegations from the civil suits are now a part of this criminal case. That's significant, I think, as well. No, did you?
I lost the audio.
Thank you very much. Now to some breaking news. TMZ reporting that Sean Diddy Combs is now a criminal defendant in a sex trafficking, racketeering, and kidnapping case after a grand jury indicted him.
Let's bring in founder and executive producer of TMZ, Harvey Levin, for more on this. Harvey, we are expecting some sort of news conference, I believe, in less than an hour from New York. But what are you hearing so far?
Well, Melvin just mentioned a few of the allegations. There are so many more. We are talking, as you said, sex trafficking, prostitution, racketeering, kidnapping, narcotics offenses, arson, bribery, drug charges, including during the raids, they found oxy, GHB, ketamine, cocaine, MDMA. They found AR-15s. There is clear reference in this indictment to that Cassie video, where she was brutally beaten at the Century City Hotel by Diddy in March of 2016. They mentioned that prominently in this indictment. Also, they mentioned these freak-off parties, these sex parties that Diddy had. And they say that he had pressured women into having sex with male commercial sex workers, freak-off parties, which they say he often recorded. So there are just a variety of charges here. His lawyer says not only is Diddy not guilty, his lawyer says he's innocent when he walked into the courtroom. And like you said, the U.S. attorney is going to be laying this out at 8:30 our time in a news conference.
Harvey, the arson charge that you mentioned, is that in any way connected to the when he allegedly blew up someone's car in a driveway?
It could be. The only thing they reference with respect to arson is that it occurred in California. So we don't know, but it well could be.
TMZ also reporting on a cryptic post from Aubrey O'Day, who was a member of Danity Kane, which is one of the pop groups that Diddy put together.
Yeah, I don't know, Melvin, that it's cryptic. I mean, we interviewed her for our documentary, and she is thrilled that this indictment came down and said more to come, and there would be women coming forward. She has spoken with some of them, and this is a day she has been waiting for many years.
I know it's so early in this, but given the heaviness of the charges and how many charges, federal charges he's facing, what does this mean for possible jail time?
Decades and decades in prison. Right now, the big issue is, will he get bail? We're told he has surrendered his passport, and I think they're doing that to show he's not a flight risk because they're trying to get him bail. We will see.
And even his attorney, I believe, said that Diddy had gone to New York knowing that this was coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was really clear this was coming. Now, we were told that this was supposed to happen today. And for some reason, the feds accelerated it and did it last night in Midtown Manhattan. I don't know whether they found out he was going to leave or what, but we're told it was supposed to happen today.
And what about the implications for what's at stake here in the state of California?
Well, it's a good question. Whether California would file charges, I don't have the answer to that. I have no idea whether the DA is looking at that. But I will tell you, when you read this indictment, they threw in everything, including the kitchen sink.
In this indictment, these charges and the allegations go back decades, even back to the 90s, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that he was in a conspiracy with his group to do all sorts of things. And again, they lay out, bribery and all sorts of allegations, some of which involve violence toward women, but also involve money. They say that this has been a decades-long criminal enterprise. That's essentially what they're alleging.
Which brings to mind the issue of perhaps statute of limitations, especially when you consider some of these charges can get a little bit murky.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the specific dates of what they're alleging. I would assume that prosecutors have calculated that in the indictment because it would shock me if the U.S. attorney would file charges past the statute. It could happen, and maybe there's an argument on both sides on some of it, but they seem pretty confident that they're buttoned up.
What's been the most surprising piece of information that you've learned, Harvey?
I was talking to Charles about this just a couple of minutes ago, and when you look at this Cassie video and how out in the open it was, I mean, it was in a hotel hallway, but it was in March of 2016. Yet this didn't come out until a few months ago. And that may speak to the power of Diddy, that nobody would talk about this. Remember, he encircled himself with 1,000 big celebrities, and he was kind of the sun in the middle of all of that with various parties, the white parties he had. And, crossing Diddy was a dicey thing to do. And so we were talking just about how flagrant the Cassie video was, yet it didn't come out till a couple months ago.
But then you also consider what you were talking about this just earlier, the number of people who were there to insulate him and to protect him. What would be the accountability there? Can we expect some more arrests on the way?
We don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea if they're looking at anybody else. But the clear target here was Diddy.
All right, Harvey Levin, thanks so much for your insight. And we'll be awaiting that news conference.
Breaking news to bring you on the arrest of hip-hop music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, who was arrested at a New York hotel last night by federal agents. Authorities have unsealed Combs' indictment, so we now can see he has been charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, Combs denies all the allegations. We've got a lot to unpack here. This is just breaking. We were just able to read this. We have NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos, who's going through it in real time. Danny, thank you very much. I know it's a lot, but let's just start on these charges. Walk us through just how serious they are. Again, one more time to repeat, it's that racketeering charge, it is sex trafficking, and it is transportation to engage in prostitution. What exactly do those charges tell you?
RICO Act's racketeering charges are somewhat difficult to bring. So for the government to bring them demonstrates that they feel they have a pretty strong case. And essentially what RICO charges allege is that somebody corrupted an organization. Could be a company, could be an organization of really any kind.
Okay.
And they have to allege that there are these predicate crimes, at least two. But they don't need to just limit themselves to two, which is why you frequently see in RICO indictments a long laundry list of all of these different alleged crimes that the organization was corrupted by. So that's what you see here. You see everything, all kinds of, dare I say, horrific allegations against Diddy. And so you also see the sex trafficking allegations. Keep in mind that because we're in federal court, general rule of thumb is that these crimes are going to have some interstate element. And you see that throughout the indictment, that these allegations of sex trafficking occurred over state lines. That's the traditional federal nexus. Otherwise, if it was purely intrastate within the state, you would expect these charges to be brought in state court. But you see the racketeering charges, you see also the sex trafficking charges, which have as their essence crossing state lines, the charge related to prostitution. Again, you're always going to have that interstate element because we are in federal court. But the RICO charge itself is really the meat of this indictment. It alleges a lot of different criminal activity as the predicates to that racketeering charge.
Yeah, and so it sounds, but correct me if I'm wrong on this, like his business empire has a lot to do with this. And I think it's important for people to remember, as recently as 2022, he was listed as a billionaire. I mean, this is a man with a serious business empire in addition to what you may know him as just his music career. Does that play in with a conspiracy charge, a racketeering conspiracy charge?
The racketeering, the organization is the charge. You seized on exactly. Several decades ago, in about the 70s, Congress got together and said, how do we combat organized crime? Because criminals are basically taking organizations and corrupting them. And they came up with the RICO Act, and that's exactly what it targets.
I told niggas they was gonna hit this boy with the RICO to take all of his money. People say, I know what I was talking about. No, you niggas don't know the fucking law. Now, they going back to 2008. The man did not have $1 billion enterprise then. They saying he built his $1 billion enterprise off crime and was using the music business to hide his crime, his enterprise. And that's why they saying people within his business, all that LLC shit, everybody who part of his business was criminals working for him to further his criminal organization. See, they're gonna take all that boy money because they saying he made his money committing crimes.
You mentioned Diddy's empire, his company. what happens when somebody takes a company and uses it for nefarious purposes? Because to some degree, American corporate law allows individuals to hide behind the corporation. The corporation does the bidding of individuals. It doesn't have any free thinking of its own. So that's exactly what RICO was intended to target, when criminals take organizations, corrupt them to their own purposes. And that's essentially what the government is arguing here, that it was the organization that was corrupted through all these predicate crimes, and therefore Diddy is on the hook for, at least according to the government, for those RICO allegations. So you're exactly right. The organization is the key to the racketeering charges because it is the organization that has allegedly been corrupted by the defendant.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
Full charges were, and that is until the indictment just dropped. So if you don't know, he was arrested in New York City last night unexpectedly. Well, this is the thing. He knew he was getting arrested. He knew that it was going to be out of the Southern District of New York. His lawyers, then they got him to New York. He was in New York. He was taking pictures with his kids and trying to get paparazzi photos like he's some innocent, he keeps some of he's this innocent black man, and this is hurting the whole black community. Sir, we do not claim you and your crimes against humanity. So please stop. Okay. This another person, another rich person that doesn't want to take accountability for what they've done. And just to even assign yourself to the black community's mourning the loss of Diddy, don't nobody care about him. In fact, people have known for years that this man is a menace to society, but nothing has ever been done. All the celebrities that have protected him, they've known these things that have gone on. Even a lawsuit that was just dropped by one of his a group that he had formed, Danity Kane. She witnessed him doing this and witnessed him doing that, and she was scared to come forward. This is the case with a lot of people. They were just scared to come forward, or they didn't want to bite the hand that fed them. They didn't want his ire, his anger to come on to them. So they, of course, kept it hush hush, just like Hollywood does. We know, how many secrets, how many things people know about him that could be called into this trial, how many celebrities that will possibly have to testify, forced to testify on things that they've witnessed and things that they've covered up and hushed up. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go through this indictment. And honestly, guys, listen, when the feds come for you, when you're getting these type of charges and the evidence that has piled up on him, as you know, they did the raids on his home in Miami and California, and his sons were even, detained. They tried to make it like it was some big thing. They were just detained for safety. They were just like, he's innocent, he's done nothing. But we've been waiting since that time, guys, to see what was going to drop. It seems like it takes so long. Once they collect evidence, they could be building a case on you for years. But thankfully, we didn't have to wait too long. We now get to see what has been happening, what evidence they have found, and what are the things they're accusing him of. Get your tea, get your popcorn, get your coffee. It's still morning, so get your coffee, get your Pop-Tart, cereal, whatever. I hope you're not getting a drink, but hey, do you. But let's get into it. All right, let me make this a little bigger for you guys so you can see everything. I'm just going to shrink myself up there. Let me see if I can make this any bigger, because I want you guys to be able to read it or to see the words. I don't know if it's going to let me do it. Let me try to make this wider. Hold on. We're going to get this all situated. Hey, guys, I was not expecting to go live, so this is a little ghetto. It's a tad ghetto, but when it comes to Diddy, he is ghetto. So this is what we're doing. So here it is. Sealed indictment, United States District Court, Southern District of New York, United States versus Sean. Sorry, if it's moving a little bit, it's because I have this thing so big right now. And anybody in the chat or super chat, I appreciate it. If I get any, I'll read those out. But let me just get into this, and then I'll do more, and we'll talk about this. So it's United States of America, versus Sean Combs, Puffy, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, aka pedo, aka there's a lot of
Those are
AKA that
shell
can go in
companies.
with
You
him.
know those are
So
LLC.
it says the grand jury charges. This is the overview. For decades, Sean Combs and then all his AKAs, the defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees' resources and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. What I get from here, guys, because it's racketeering, there needs to be more than one person that's going to get in, you know, that's part of a racketeering case. And trafficking, you don't traffic by yourself, because it says here that this is other people. It says, and create a criminal enterprise whose members and associates, this thing better stop moving, and associates. That's important. We are going to see more heads roll, especially from his company. And like the people that actually work for him, but I think we could possibly see other celebrities going down with Diddy. Most likely they're going to turn on him. Number two, Sean Combs, the defendant, operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, collectively the Combs business. Corporate entities in the Combs business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio.
This the classic example of never shit where you sleep. Food don't hustle out your house. This nigga was doing criminal enterprises up under all of his legal businesses. That's what the feds is saying.
Studio, an apparel line, an alcohol spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. My God, all of these brands, I know a lot of things have been sold off that he's no longer a part of it, but where these crimes took place when those entities existed, is there a way to, you know, it's going to hit these businesses? I don't know. Number three.
It's not just about hitting the businesses. Cool, he sold the businesses. The feds is going after the money accumulated by these businesses because these businesses was criminal enterprises. He made hundreds of millions of dollars up under these criminal enterprises. That's what it's all about. Seizing all the money because you made it legally and through criminal means. You laundered money and washed good money with bad money. That's what they're saying. Even if it was a bunch of good money, you put dirty money with good money, nigga. That's illegal.
At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Sandy D for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
Oh, I'm not reading his AKAs. Why does this thing keep jumping? The defendant engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. That's coming directly from Cassie's initial lawsuit. This is all, or her initial claims in her lawsuit, and also the other gentleman, the producer, that actually sued him and said this. And it's not just women that did these things. There were men as well. As we know, there was $100 million default judgment given against Diddy with a guy who's in jail that's saying that Diddy, you know, all these sexual things that Diddy did to him. He was in court yesterday. His lawyers trying to get that dismissed, trying to get that judgment dismissed so they can actually fight it. It makes no sense to have all these lawyers, high-powered lawyers, and they just ignored this guy's case. And so the judge just gave him a default judgment where he's supposed to pay the guy $10 million a month until it equals up to $100 million. And this is a guy in prison. Okay. At times, Combs and others acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. Physical abuse. Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known on numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years. Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. So this actually is, it looks like even though his lawsuit was settled with Cassie, a lot of this is coming as well from what Cassie has said. And this is the thing, she can testify against him in a criminal trial. I'm sure she's under NDA and she can't discuss, anything in a civil matter. She can't discuss that. She can't put that out there because she had the NDA because of her agreement that she actually made with him. But that does not cover criminal indictments. That does not cover a criminal case. So she can spill the entire tea in this criminal trial. And I cannot wait for her to testify. These assaults were at times witnessed by others and included one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which captured on video and later publicly reported where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. That's Cassie. That's the video we saw of him beating her in that hotel. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. Number 5, Sean Combs, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his abuse and commercial sex. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates, acted as Combs intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. What did I tell you? Everybody that's worked for him, that witnessed these things, that participated and aided him in doing these things, will also fall under this racketeering case. A lot of heads are going to roll. A lot of people are going to turn. So number 6, the Combs enterprise. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown were members and associates of a criminal organization, the Combs Enterprise or the Enterprise. So it's no longer seen as a business entity. They're saying the Combs Enterprise, all of his businesses were part of a criminal organization. That means everyone who worked for him,
that's how you get all the money,
part of a criminal organization. Like they've just restructured that his business is now, the entire business is a criminal organization.
Everybody should have seen that coming, bro.
Whoa. That's serious. I had no idea they were going to go this far as to name the entire bit. I mean,
that's crazy. So I guess I was
every staff member. I mean, we got to go all the way back to 2008. Everyone that's worked there. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, Jesus, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The Combs Enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise as defined by Title 18 United States Code, Section 1961-4. That is a group of individuals associated, in fact, although not a legal entity. The Combs Enterprise consisted of Sean Combs, the defendant, entities within the Combs business, which I said those are other parts of the business. So like the entities are the other businesses that fall in that, included but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, individuals employed by and associated with the Combs business, and others known and unknown. The Combs enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs enterprise.
Bingo.
The Combs enterprise was...
They saying everything y'all did was to further the brand of Sean Combs and to build him up and to make more money. And they're gonna prove that from 2008 until they indicted his ass, he continued to repeat his crimes, meaning he got richer, he furthered the crimes. The crimes became more extravagant, more until he washed up and they found a way to take all the money.
Was engaged in, and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. The Combs enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. And again, this is coming from the Southern District of New York. Southern District of New York comes after you. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's lights out. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, they have all these, sorry guys, they have all these AKAs every single time. The defendant was the leader of the Combs enterprise. Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown participated in unlawful and other activities related to the
They gotta say Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Brother Love, Sean Combs, because this nigga was switching his names and furthering steady committing the crimes. And putting LLCs up under different, oh, I'm Brother Love now. LLC, okay, cool. You committed crimes up under that too. And whatever you made under that too, we want that too.
Conduct of the Combs Enterprises affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of the Combs security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, as well as other close associates of Combs. So again, close associates, we're talking about friends, family, and other celebrities that were part of this. They taking everyone down. Everybody's going down. Even the maid, even the personal assistant, the housekeeper, the dog walker, everybody is getting indicted.
I told you earlier, if you cooked him breakfast, if you cut the lawn, you're going down. You better snitch because you helped him further this criminal enterprise. If you did his laundry, if you drove him around in a car, you're going down. You helped him further this criminal enterprise.
Under this, the purposes of the Combs enterprise. The purpose of the Combs enterprise included the following: operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, including, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, and an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company.
Everything. Bro.
Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, the defendant, as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry.
Real talk.
Enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs, and in particular, those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes. They've been concealing his crimes. This is where they're going to have a lot of trouble. Sorry, my phone. I didn't have my phone on silent because, again, I didn't expect to go live. Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of its leader, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, and verbal and emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. This is real serious. Guys, I don't know why my camera has me looking the other way, but on here, let me see if I can switch this around. I'm just realizing it has me looking one way, but I'm actually the other way. Let me see if that fixes it. It looks different in my system. Nope, it doesn't fix it. So guys, I'm the opposite way, but I'm reading that way. So just bear with me. Again, this is kind of a last minute thing that I was not expecting to do. All right, so fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification. Whoa. Including through the exploitation of women and the use of commercial sex workers. Why are they only seeing women when we know there are men Maybe that will be brought up later.
Yeah, come on, man. We know the abuse of the
Or maybe he'll take a plea deal because he doesn't want all of that evidence of him and men being exposed, even though everyone pretty much at this point, what we've seen, what we've heard, this is what most people believe. Enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics distribution. Oh, not the narcotics distribution. Like, this is a life sentence. This is a life sentence. This is multiple life sentences.
See, they party. That nigga ain't buying no 8-ball. No, they need a kilo of everything to get the party going. But just think about this. When they went into his home and raided him, they found cocaine, ketamine, all kind of illegal drugs, bro. They just wrapped all that stuff up and took it out. It's in indictment. It never arrested him. P. Diddy knew he was washed up, bro. That nigga knew he had drugs in his motherfucking house, man.
Was it instead of concurrently, consecutively? That he is. That, I mean,
all them drugs in your house.
Interstate process. I mean, it's a done deal. Trafficking, narcotics distribution, and other crimes. Okay, they don't even mention all the other crimes. And concealing the commission of such acts. Securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats. Protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation against individuals who witnessed the crimes committed by members and associates of the enterprise. Now, the next section, goodness gracious, means and methods of the enterprise. Among the means and methods by which Sean Combs, the defendant, and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise conducted and participated in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise include the following. So I'm going to read this list of things. Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs's role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs. We first heard about the freak-offs from Cassie. She was saying, I believe there's one that could last like 10 to 12 hours. And so it would be a whole weekend where she would have to engage in sexual acts. She was forced to engage in sexual acts. So again, this is coming, this freak-off information. They have been talking to Cassie. She cannot disclose anything under the NDA civilly, but criminally, she's allowed to do this criminally. So he's not under any protection criminally from what Cassie has to say. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbate. Lord, this thing may get hit by all types of things on YouTube, but it is what it is. And he touched himself during and often electronically recorded. Oh my gosh. Do they have the tapes? Are we finally going to see? Well, we may not see the tapes, but are we going to finally know that these tapes exist for sure? Because, you know, he's had cameras in every single room in his house, and he would record. He would have people come over and party and engage in different things. And then he would allegedly record these things in different cameras in his house. And then he would allegedly use those recordings to blackmail people and to coerce them into obeying him and not speaking out against him or come against him, and to, I guess, engage in further activity. Because once, you know, listen, if you don't do it, I'm going to expose this about you. I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And a lot of it that is alleged was with, you know, male on male action that a lot of men didn't want out. And I think in particular, a woman wouldn't want it out, her engaging in these freak-offs, which I'm sure there was a lot of depravity going on. And it says, in arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Oh my gosh. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. They have the tapes. They're putting the tapes in here. They're saying the tapes exist. They're putting the tapes in here. And again, the IV fluid information that we know so far, I don't know how many witnesses they spoke to, came directly from Cassie. So they do have the tapes. Those are evidence now that are going to be used against him. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking hotel rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with the required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. Not the baby oil and lubricant. Sorry. They had a supply closet for the freak-offs. Lord have mercy. Cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate room damage. What were they doing? They damaged the room with the baby oil and the lubricant.
God damn.
Arranging for travel for victims, commercial sex workers, and Combs to and from freak-offs. Resupplying Combs with requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Combs to pay the commercial sex workers, and scheduling the delivery of IV fluids. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics, and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Jesus be a fence around it. 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. 1,000 bottles. What? They didn't even include how much narcotics. They knew what they were doing, putting 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Child, how you even? What do you need with 1,000? How? Why did they need so much baby oil? Oh my, Combs so he was still having freak-offs. Let's be clear about it, because he'd long been done with Cassie years ago. So he still has his baby oil and lubricant supply up and up. Is this most likely what that young Miami ratchet bottom of the barrel whore of a rapper was engaged in? And now she's trying to play innocent. And I just loved him. And that was daddy. I'm sure he was. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak-offs. Combs maintained control over his victims through, among other things, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, which we know this is coming from Cassie because she said specifically he did that, her medical records, controlling their housing and supplying them with controlled substances. During and separate from freak-offs, Combs, among other things, hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. In that video that we saw from the hotel, he was dragging Cassie by the hair. But it looks like these are things that actually they are continuing to happen and are going on to this day, allegedly. The assaults often resulted in injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Combs also threatened victims' career and livelihoods, including if they resisted participating in freak-offs. Victims believed they could not refuse Combs' demands without risking their financial or job security or without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. Combs also used the sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continual obedience and silence of the victims. That's what we said. That's what we've known. This is what has been alleged all over the place, that, again, he will have cameras every single place, every single room, every single spot in his house, inside and out, so that he could record these people, allegedly record them in these acts, and then use it against them to make them obey him and not snitch. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs' security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Illegal guns.
Now, this is very important. Illegal guns with serial number scratched off and drugs. They could hang him up to dry right there. And if he say that's not his, nigga, they could take his sons to prison, nigga. Oh, these ain't your illegal guns? These ain't your drugs? Then they could take his sons to jail. That, remember, they put him in handcuffs that day. But they let everybody go. But this the evidence. Who scratched off weapons is this, nigga? This is weapon and drug trafficking. Oh, Lord have mercy, boy. What?
Guns. Is he not being charged with that? Because the serial numbers were scratched off. No. Sir, why?
Numbers off as well.
Why do you have illegal weapons and you're Sean Diddy, P. Diddy, the Diddler Combs? You're allowed to have weapons, right? Like, aren't you your security? Why would you need those scratched off? What were you doing? A lot of times you have illegal weapon. It is to commit a crime.
And he's been committing them. He's been threatening these rappers and beating up people in the club and getting into all kind of shit. People been taking the downfall, and people like Wolf, his bodyguards losing their life, shine, going to prison. This shit is real, man. Bunch of death and destruction. You see, P. Diddy, he morphed into one of the biggest criminals in the world, in America for sure. This is what we seen here. Niggas are really a crime lord, man. That's serious business. And those weapons was for if anybody played stupid with him. He gonna pay somebody to go handle their business.
And associates of the Combs enterprise enabled Combs control over victims by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victim's career.
You can't let no man who has never had a felony in his motherfucking life beat all the cases is a billionaire and should be able to protect his home, but he got hard drugs and he got assault rifles with the serial number scratched off. What?
Opportunities and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise at times witnessed Combs' violence towards the victims or the victims' injuries caused by Combs without intervening. Instead, members and associates of the Combs enterprise helped conceal the violence and abuse by, among other things, assisting Combs in monitoring and preventing victims from leaving locations, such as hotels or Combs residences. These occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted without being publicly observed. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise also assisted Combs in locating and contacting victims who attempted to flee his abuse. When employees, witnesses to his abuse, or others threatened Combs' authority or reputation, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise engaged in acts of violence, threats of violence, threats of financial and reputational harm, and verbal abuse. These acts of violence include kidnapping and arson. We know that technically Cassie was kidnapped against her will and held, and that is considered kidnapping. She was held against her will. Again, there's many more witnesses of many more people, because it can't be just one person and that's just it for the trafficking. No.
The kidnapping is going to probably be when Cassie said he hung somebody over a balcony like Big Red on Fire Heartbeat. You know, he hung goddamn Red hung a boy over the balcony. Talking about my office hours off from 9 to 5. Punk P. Diddy relived that scene. That's crazy. And I think they saying he hung Wale over the balcony. See, that's kidnapping. If you don't let somebody say, man, let me out of here, you grab them and say, no, nigga, I'm talking to you. You just kidnapped them, bro.
No, this is a full thing that has been going on with many different victims that have been involved in this. So we're talking, even though Cassie set it off, and some of these things are from what she said, they're not going to just, it's not just her. They have multiple victims that have come forth, or that they're planning to call as witnesses. I'm not sure at this point, but and it says in addition on, the arson. That's what I wanted to bring up. Kid Cudi said that when Cassie fled to his house from the abuse, she was trying to hide from Diddy. He found her. He threatened Kid Cudi and then blew up his car. So that is where I believe the arson is coming from, but we don't know. Maybe there's another arson, something else that's happened. So that tells me that probably Kid Cudi, who did back up Cassie's claims, is a witness in this indictment. In addition, on multiple occasions, Combs threw both objects and people. Wait, what? He threw objects and he threw people, like picked and threw the person, okay, as well as hit, dragged, choked, and shoved others. When Combs' authority or reputation was threatened by the possibility of negative publicity or legal or law enforcement action against him, including in or about late 2023, following public allegations of Combs' crimes, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims, including through attempted bribery, to stay silent and not report what they experienced or knew to law enforcement. On phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions, so that they have these phone recordings of them being intimidated, these victims being intimidated. So they must have these, they have these recordings. And again, for people who don't know, the enterprise, they're considering all of Diddy's businesses, the liquor business, the record company, the clothing line, the TV, the TV and media, all of that is part of a criminal organization.
That's where the real money
So
came
it's not just a business. They're saying the enterprise, everything that he owned and was associated with is now part of a criminal organization like the mafia. Okay, now we get to the racketeering conspiracy. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs enterprise described in paragraphs 6 through 12 of this indictment, an enterprise engaged in and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States, to wit, Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962C, that is, to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, as the term is defined in Title 18 United States Code, Section 1961-1 and 1961-5, consisting of, here we go. So these are the codes that have been violated in the racketeering part of this indictment. A, multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of the state law. These are under California. So California Penal Code 207, kidnapping, California Penal Code 21A, 664, attempt. California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. B, multiple acts involving arson, chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code 451, arson. California Penal Code 21A, 664, attempt. California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. I probably won't keep reading the penal codes because it looks like all of those things fall under the penal code. Multiple acts of involving bribery, chargeable under the following provisions. So it's listing the same penal codes I just said. Multiple acts of, and again, it says multiple, I want to go back, multiple acts of involving of arson. So not just the Kid Cudi incident, there has to be more than just one incident of arson. And then multiple acts of bribery under the California penal codes. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 United States Code, Section 1512, relating to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant.
That's
so there's
10
been
years
multiple acts
Tampering
of
with a
tampering with a witness.
Get 10 years for that.
E, multiple acts indictable under Title 18, Title 18 United States Code, Sections 1589 and 2, relating to forced labor. F, multiple acts indictable under Title 18. I'm not going to read the sections, but this is relating to sex trafficking. G, multiple acts indictable under Title 18 United States Code, Sections 2421 and 2422 and 2, relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities. Multiple offenses, this is H now. Multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics. Oh, this is I mean, all of it's bad, but this is
charges.
I mean, each on their own. I mean, the sentences are outrageous. I need to look up what is the sentence in every single one. Maybe we'll do that after this. I'll look up the possibility of how much he's facing in prison for each of these. So within, okay, here it is. Multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including cocaine, oxycodone, aprazolam, 4-methyl, I'm not even 4-brahma, blah, 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 gamma, something, and ketamine. Okay, I can't even name all the other things. I don't know what the street name is for some of these, but I'm thinking this is, I don't know what these would be. I'll have to look that up. Maybe I'll look it up after as well. And ketamine. In violation of Title 21 United States Code sections 841A, 1, B1, C, B1E, B2, and 846, distribution and possession with intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same. And Title 18 United States Code section 2, aiding, abetting, and willfully causing. My God. Whew. It was part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity in the conduct of the affairs of Combs' enterprise. Okay. Notice of special sentencing factor. Oh, child. Okay. Special sentencing factor. You do not want this on an indictment. You're special.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
This is a time where you don't want to be special. From in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, as described in Title 18 United States Code, Section 11591 E2. And any combination of such means will be used to cause the person to engage in commercial sex act in violation of Title 18, blah, blah, blah. So this is a special enhancement. So this is an enhancement to the crime that will go towards sentencing to enhance his it's like if you get a hate crime enhancement, that is going, you are now, you may have committed a crime, but then when you have the hate crime on top of it, that is going to make your sentence that much more worse, much longer. But I believe right now what we're looking at, he is facing life in prison from multiple fronts. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, victim 1. The grand jury further charges from at least in or about 2009 up into and including in about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce. Again, this is going the whole thing. Knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, and solicited by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion as described in Title 18, United States Code, Section 1591, E2. And any combination of such means will be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, victim 1, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused victim 1 to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that victim 1 was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. The grand jury further charges from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant, knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with the intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18 United States Code, Section 1963, any and all interest the defendants acquired and maintained in violation of Title 18 United States. Wait. They didn't seize the man's funds. They didn't froze. They didn't seize Diddy's assets. I believe that's.
Come on, man. God damn it. You late to the party. This what this all about. Not going to be able to fight. They're going to seize all his assets. Majority of his empire, they saying, was built on criminal activity, and they got the forfeiture of that in the federal paper. They got to take that. That's illegal.
That's what this is saying. Oh, child, he broke. Okay, wait. Let me just get into this.
Remember, they named everything.
Okay, United States Code. Okay, Section 1962.
Every entity.
Any and all interest in securities of
made
claims against the properties or contractual rights of any kind, affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established, operated, controlled, and conducted, and participated in the conduct of in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962. And any and all property constituting and derived from proceeds obtained directly and indirectly, said offense, including but not limited to the sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. Again, all of his businesses are now considered part of a criminal organization enterprise since 2008. That means all of his profit from everything that he's got, his properties, any business interest, any money, I believe this is saying this, that all of that now
that is what it's saying.
Has to be forfeited to the United States government. And again, this is what they want. I don't think it has been forfeited yet, but they will definitely freeze his assets while this is underway, while he's goes through trial into pending the outcome. but he's lost everything. This is what this is saying. I believe he's lost everything. They have taken this, money is the main thing that matters to him. That's how he had power. That's how he had control. He had those mansions. And I believe they said it was alleged he put those in his daughter's name. He put assets in his kid's name and all of that. But I'm looking at this here, like that's going to be seized because it was illegal. It was part of his criminal enterprise. It was part of the criminal organization. And let's be clear, his sons are grown. And we know it's been alleged they were involved on a lot of this stuff. So I'm wondering if indictments are now going to come for his children, or they're going to use that as leverage for him to turn himself in. Not turn himself in, but to take a plea deal. I doubt that Diddy will sacrifice himself for his kids. I just don't see it happening. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see it. That he's going to take a plea deal just so he doesn't, he's going to probably want to go to trial and clear his name. Can you imagine him taking a plea deal and he just goes straight to prison? Okay. Maybe. That's... As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States. When you see forfeit to the United States, child, pursuant to Title 18 United States Code Section 1594, any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission.
Come on, man. All those big, pretty mansions and shit. No, hell no, you can't sell them because that belong to us, nigga. You bought that with illegal proceeds. No, you can't sell them. Now, remember, he should have knew this was coming. That's why they stopped him from being able to sell his property when he was being sued by the dude who locked up for $100 million, and they stopped it because he was trying to sell his property. And the dude said no, because he might try to use that to hide the money, blah, blah, blah. They just said, okay, I'll go along with it. It was something bigger, a bigger play here. They did not let him sell it because they gave a damn about that clown locked up. Hell no. They not letting him sell his property because this property finna belong to the government. He bought it with illegal gained proceeds, they're saying.
Commission of said offenses, and any and all property traceable to such property, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of property involved in said offense and proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. Any place that he's done, his house, his houses, his boats, his plane, all of that now, criminal activity took place in there, boom. But even so, he bought those with proceeds from his criminal enterprise.
Bro, this the biggest indictment in U.S. history, nigga. They didn't get Gotti, they didn't get Bernie Mac. They don't, what? Talking about wash the nigga up with some paper. I know, they need to check on him. Do he know this? If he know this, it's over. That's what they're trying to make him do, kill himself. When he find out, nigga, they seizing all of your properties, bro. I'm gonna fight the case. With what? You don't have nothing to fight it with, bro. And the small hat's finna show you. Once the money gone, you on your own.
Enterprise, Bad Boy Records, all of his different clothing lines and all his different businesses, that is now to be forfeited to the United States. Was it really worth it for the freak off, Diddy? Was it really worth it to get your freak off, to have your entire everything
bro,
taken?
He could have did that on his throat. All he had to do was do that on his off bit time. Nigga, do that in your personal life, nigga. Any white dude to tell you can't do that. You got to step down if you do that and you head of a corporation. You can't be doing that under the brand of. Imagine the Walmart family doing all this, up under the brand Walmart. What? And get everything and sees everybody going to jail. The Walmart family been having freak-offs and using Walmart to traffic and trade people and food. They bring us with that, going to the store to feed the people they're having freak-offs with. Oh, man, okay.
Because he always felt, even though he's done all these crimes, he has money, he's rich, so he's protected. Not anymore. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 3 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18 United States Code Section 2428 any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense, and any and all property, real or personal, that was used or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offense. And it's given all the penal codes. I can't do it. And it says any and all property, real and personal, that constitutes or derived from proceeds traceable to the commission of the said offense, but not limited to the sum of money in United States currency, representing the proceeds, representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense.
Sean Combs
Substitute asset provision. 21. If any of the above described forfeitable property is as a result of any act or omission of the defendant, A, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence. B, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person. C, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court. D, has been substantially diminished in value. Or E, has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without
news. Wait a minute, this is bad news. If you don't got no money to pay for protection in prison, oh hell, boy. It's all bad. Once they find out this nigga can't pay them, they can't. Oh shit. Oh, it's going. Oh Lord have mercy. I can see P. Diddy taking himself out.
Difficulty. It is the intent of the United States pursuant to Title 18 United States Code 1963 M, Title 21 United States Code 853P, and Title 28 United States Code Section 2461C to seek forfeiture of any other property of the defendant up to the value of the above forfeitable property. That means everything's gone. So things that he sold already, transferred to a third person, can they not get that back now? Is that saying that he's going to have to provide that up to that? And then could they then go after these other assets, these things that have been sold or transferred? Because if that's the case, he can transfer everything he owns, every single thing, to somebody else, and like, I don't have nothing, I ain't got it, so you can't take anything. That doesn't make sense. Everybody would do.
They stopping. Ain't no, that's not happening. They've been blocking that in court. They ain't not letting him transfer nothing into his mama name, not to his son. He should have already been did that. It's too late now. They blocked that in court. Ain't no transferring nothing. They season that. That's illegal gotten gains, man. They put it in these federal papers just to let anybody know. Don't think about buying it because it belongs to us. You can't further his illegal criminal enterprise by helping him hide money from the feds. It's in the paperwork. That's over. Man, please, these people ain't playing. Ain't no getting rid of nothing. They know what you got.
Do that when it came to a case like
this. And they say it belongs to them now. They would just
tie up all their money with other people, say it's not mine, it's my mother's. I'm sure there's a lot in his mother's name probably, and all his family members, people that he trusts. And so now they're not going to just let him get away with just signing all that over. They're going to want these things. They're going to come after every entity. And I wonder, like, all of his, he sold Revolt TV. I think his part in was it Deleon, the liquor brand?
A bunch of times.
If that was sold or transferred to someone else, is that going to get involved? I don't know. But here we go. Damian Williams is on it. He don't play. Damian Williams does not play out of the Southern District of New York. So yeah, it's lights out. Like, his money is gone. And he's looking at multiple life sentences. In fact, hold on. Let's see. Let me look really quickly. How many years?
Ain't gonna be no future revenue streams because they're gonna yank that shit down like they did R. Kelly. So ain't no, well, he can look to make a couple of million. No, they finna take that shit down like R. Kelly. No. They're gonna make sure ain't no money to be made off of that no more. That's done.
Is Diddy facing? Let me see if anyone has it. Let's see if New York Times or someone else has. How I want to see, because this is a lot that he's been indicted on. So we need to know how much could he be facing.
No more. That's all.
Because I could go through every single one and try to. Okay, they're talking about. Okay, let me show you guys this. Let me share this tab with you guys. You probably not gonna be seeing because this is so small. Let me make it bigger. Uh-oh. Can you guys still hear me and see me?
Jay-Z better start moving all this
Because
property
this thing is
around.
saying that that you guys that it stopped sharing. I don't know.
Move like Russell Simmons.
But it says it's talking about R. Kelly. It says he's going to appear in court today, Tuesday. It says he is the highest profile person in the music industry to face criminal charges for sexual misconduct since R. Kelly, the R&B singer. Kelly was sentenced to 31 years in prison after being convicted. Okay, but it's not saying how much time he could face. But he's facing multiple lawsuits. Now he has this that he's facing. Why is this showing somebody showing me a weave at in the ghetto? And so I'm looking here. I gotta find out how. Let me just try this again. Let me see. Let's go back. I'm gonna show you guys this tab instead. We've got to find out how many years is Diddy facing. I am not seeing that yet. I'm not seeing anyone putting it out there, but I would like to. Let me see. I'm just gonna try to click on different things and see if we could just face this. But I know without a doubt this is life in prison, and so and all of his assets are having to be forfeited. He's going to lose everything. My God, like we were waiting for something to come down, and now we see what is happening. Now we see what here's a. Hold on, Combs was named in 10th civil lawsuit alleging sexual misconduct. Let me share this tab with you guys. Okay, later that month, the man charged in the Tupac Shakur killing. Yeah, because they were saying that he was actually part of allegedly Tupac getting killed. I mean, he's facing it on every single side.
Everybody in the world know you can't miss.
But yeah, guys, I wanted to bring you that information while we had it, reading out the full indictment to you guys. Again, I am going to try to. Oh, I got me one little super chat. Thank you so much, Monique, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, I wasn't expecting to go live. I just wanted to, I was actually about to do a video of him being arrested, and then this dropped. But I do believe, guys, he is facing. I mean, if you see in the beginning, for anyone who wasn't here, he is facing, this is astronomical what he's facing. Those are the allegations. Let me go back down. Let me share this tab. Let me go back down and show you all the criminal indictments. Those are just kind of like the leading up to it, saying what is in the, what evidence or what they plan to charge him with. But here we go. Sorry, this is moving over. Let's count it up real quick. Okay. So it said, we have A. This is a charge, a multiple acts. So he's going to be charged under several penal codes just in this one act of kidnapping. He's going to be charged with 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. For multiple acts of arson, he's charged 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me make sure it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 5. All of these are 5. Kidnapping, 5 charges. Arson, 5 different penal codes that has been violated. Bribery, same as 5 different ones. Witness tampering, that's 1. Multiple acts. Again, there's multiple acts. So it's not just one act that he just he tampered with a witness, intimidated a witness just one time. No, there's multiple acts under one thing. So we don't know how many this is. We don't actually know how many times multiple acts of bribery. So even though he's violated 5 different penal codes, we don't know how many acts that's going to add up to. Same thing with arson. Same thing with kidnapping. There's multiple acts in each count. Multiple acts, again, under one thing of forced labor, multiple acts of sex trafficking, multiple acts of transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution or other illegal sexual activities. Multiple offenses. Guys, this is a life sentence right here alone. Multiple offenses involving the possession of intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including, look how many: cocaine, oxycodone, prazolam, 3,4-methylazopamine, whatever, 4-bromo, blah, 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 gamma something acid, and ketamine. So then look at how many sections that he's violated. This is violated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 penal codes. Then when it gets to the distribution, That's part of distribution. Then Title 18, Section 2, he also was aiding, abetting, and willfully causing. Again, multiple offenses, drug offenses of all these drugs, and multiple penal codes that have been violated, that have been broken. And then it's talking about the conspiracy, because racketeering has to have a conspiracy component to it. So yeah, Diddy, the diddler is done. It's lights out for him, guys. Thank you, Monique. Again, it says, hope they do him like he forced others to do, and some. He's gonna be in that. He actually may like that. Let's be honest. From what we've heard, he likes, you know, he likes a little backdoor, little buckshot, little Brokeback Mountain. Diddy loves to be broke. He likes to be on that Brokeback Mountain. So then he has, oh guys, I'm sorry, I forgot. He has they didn't include gun charges, although the serial numbers on his AR-15s were scratched off. So that's interesting, right? But you know, buck broken, the United States government will buck break you. That's what he did to others. This is what's happening to him. Is going to be Brokeback Trans Mountain wherever he's going, because I don't know. I mean, that's it. And I'm interested, you know, his attorney. Let me just show you what his attorney's trying to say. Let's look and see if he has anything. Actually, let's go to Instagram and see if he posted anything. Let me look up Diddy. I'm gonna show you guys in a second, because he claiming they hurting a black man. Oh, okay. Y'all don't look how many things I haven't read, but let me show you this. Look, all he has now, he had all this stuff up, all his old photos, and he had for a while, since Cassie came out with the lawsuit last November, he was mostly posting his kids, especially his youngest daughter, Love. 7 weeks ago, Forever Love. So he just has that up. And then he has his one daughter, Chance. Why doesn't he have his twins, his girls, his twins, or his sons? Have they turned on him? Because, you know, it's alleged that Diddy had the twins' mother and his people not believe the oldest son is his biological son. I mean, the older two, one is adopted. The second one, people don't believe that's his son, but the one we know is his son, King Combs, that actually had his own lawsuit thrown against him for sexual battery or something along those lines, allegedly. And those were the two that were taken out the house, handcuffed, and then their mother and all these people, oh, they're just young men, they blah, blah. These are grown men. One of them is 30 years old. Stop. These are grown men. But it's alleged that King Combs and his twin daughters, right, that their mother, Kim Porter, was killed by Diddy. This is what has been alleged. She died suddenly, randomly of pneumonia. It was just very bizarre. She was a healthy woman, but it was also said that she was writing a tell-all about Diddy and all the abuse and all the things that had happened to her. And that betrayal caused her to be taken out by him. This is allegedly. I don't have any proof of that. We will see what comes out. But he only has this daughter. That's her as a child. And her there. Now, while Kim Porter was pregnant with the twins, or either this, I think she's maybe a little older than him or a little younger, but they're all the same age. So he had two women pregnant at the same time. She came out of that. And this girl, this baby, she just was born with a new woman and all of that. So I am very confused. So he doesn't have anything on here. Other than that, if his kids turned against him, guys, because of what happened with their mother or, you know, for another reason, that will be interesting. So these are his only two loyal children now. Okay. Let's see what else. I'm going to show you guys what his lawyer had to say. It was just a bunch of foolishness. The statement, because again, he's just a black man and they are trying to take him down because he's black. And this is a loss for the black community. We do not claim you, sir. None of us claim you. You for the streets, okay? You do not, we are not, you're a rich man who is a degenerate, and we do not know you. So it says here, okay, let me see if they have his statement. And if you guys didn't know, there were 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant found in the raid on his home. Okay, here it is, a statement. Let me get the statement. It's on, okay, it's going to be on Twitter. Oh no, they're not giving me these people. Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay. We are disappointed in the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the United States Attorney's Office. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist who has spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the Black community. He's been uplifting our community. How? Like, I need details, sir, notes. Like, you're not going to just make claims that you've uplifted us, because you haven't. Let me make sure YouTube still has this going, because I'm talking about some spicy stuff in this live stream, and YouTube does not like the spice. Here it is. His lawyer added, he is an imperfect person, but he is not a criminal. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. Here it is. Now they're talking about his apology. So again, he's mentioning the Black community and all that. Now he's supposed to be in court this morning. Let me just see, because let's see if we have anything with him in court yet. If the Southern District of New York does not live stream, unfortunately. I don't believe they do. They don't live stream. So we're going to, in order to see it, I don't know, we're going to have to wait until everything comes out before we can actually, see if he actually is going to get bond. Based on these charges, I don't think he's eligible for bond. I think he's going to have to be taken in. And especially since his homes are part of the enterprise and the profit that he made from that enterprise. Like, he is, these charges are outrageous. He is going to be locked up. Like, if he makes bond, that would be insane. I don't know how how they would do this. It's just, we're talking about, internationally, he was sex trafficking. We're talking about multiple drug charges. We're talking about violence, coercion, and racketeering, again, and witness intimidation. This man is not eligible to be on the street because of these types of crimes. That is my belief. But guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to get some more information.
Now, NBC's Chloe Melas outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Lisa Rubin, MSNBC legal correspondent, is with us as well. So, Chloe, you're down at the courthouse. What are we expecting to learn about these charges today?
Hey there, Jose. In about 30 minutes, we're going to hear from the U.S. Attorney's Office. They're going to be holding a press conference right down the street. And according to Mark Agnifilo, one of the attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs, who you just saw moments ago speaking to reporters outside of the courthouse, he had said that Combs was actually inside. He's waiting to be arraigned. We still don't have a time for that. I just want to say, look, I'm holding the indictment right here. And they talk about how Combs's alleged abuse was verbal, emotional, physical, sexual. And it goes on to talk about these freak-offs, these sex parties where Sean Combs allegedly manipulated women to be a part of these highly orchestrated sexual performances with also commercial sex workers that he allegedly flew from out of the country and also within the United States across state lines. And also, it wasn't just female sex workers, it was male sex workers as well. They claimed that Sean Combs would also videotape these sex workers and use it as blackmail against them to continue to keep them either silenced and afraid, and also would sometimes withhold payment. They talk about kidnapping, arson. There's a litany of accusations in here. And again, it will be interesting to see what authorities say at this press conference. Remember, NBC News was first to report that over the summer, a grand jury was hearing evidence from alleged accusers. And that also, remember, his homes were raided both in Florida and in California. And this was last spring. And, you know, at the time, NBC News reported that they seized cell phones, they seized guns. They talk about those guns, those AR-15s with some of the serial numbers scratched off on them. And again, Combs, he's denying all of the accusations against him. And, you know, I just want to point out that damning video, the surveillance video of Sean Diddy Combs beating up Cassie Ventura, his girlfriend at the time, who filed a sweeping civil suit against him last year, in which at the time he denied ever being possible to actually engage in physical violence. And then that surveillance video came out showing him beating up Cassie at a hotel in 2016, and he had to walk back his initial denial and then apologize, which he claimed was a one-off incident. But it's not a one-off incident, according to federal authorities, who claim that this behavior went on for years and that he uses businesses to allegedly hide his behavior for decades. Jose?
Yeah, and Lisa, you know, when one reads this indictment, these 14 pages, I mean, I'm just wondering what stuck out to you as being the most significant one of all of these charges?
Jose, that's a very difficult question to answer because on each and every one of these 14 pages, I think I gasped at the severity of the charges here. Mark Agnifilo, the attorney that Chloe was just referring to, said earlier today that his client is an imperfect person. But if a jury were to find that Sean Combs engaged in any one of these three charges, he'd be far beyond imperfect. He'd be a person that we would all agree was grotesque and a monster for engaging in some of these behaviors. I think what stood out to me is how long Sean Combs was able to conceal the alleged behavior here through a variety of coercive techniques that span the gamut from the use of guns, plying his victims with drugs with respect to those freak-offs that Chloe was referring to, the fact that there were commercial sex workers involved here that were allegedly trafficked both across state lines but also internationally, the fact that there is video evidence because Sean Combs allegedly videoed these freak-offs and used them to intimidate his victims, essentially saying, look at what I have against you. I have videotapes of you engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. And the other thing that really stands out to me here, Jose, is the involvement of a panoply of unnamed people in and around Sean Combs's life, whether as personal assistants or security personnel, people who are high-ranking executives in his businesses. There are a lot of people here who are and could be accountable for the way in which they facilitated this abuse and conspired with him to make it happen. Those people here, unless they are already cooperating with prosecutors, and there's a good chance that they have some of these people as witnesses, many of them could face their own criminal liability here. There are references, for example, to staff concealing and hiding some of Sean Combs's victims in either his residences or hotels because they were so physically injured that for them to have been seen publicly would have been risking disclosing what was really going on. They're also alleged to have reserved the sex workers to have arranged in their transportation. This is an enterprise for a reason because it took a whole lot more people other than just Sean Combs to make the abuse and the trafficking happen. And we should continue to watch to see who is participating in the U.S. Attorney's Office's investigation and who might even face some charges here alongside Sean Combs. There are a bunch of people here looking at this 14-page instrument who should be nervous across the city or perhaps in other locations like Los Angeles and Miami. Jose?
Yeah, and Lisa, I mean, and let me just go to the fourth point brought up on just page 2 of this indictment. It says physical abuse by Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known on numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years. Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others. And then, of course, they include that Los Angeles hotel videotape of March of 2016. Lisa, this is, as you say, possibly involving a whole slew of people.
Absolutely. And I just want to be very clear about differentiating between witnessing conduct and being a part of an alleged criminal enterprise. Just simply being a bystander to this doesn't make somebody a participant in the criminal enterprise, but actively taking steps to conspire with the head of an enterprise is what's being alleged here, that these people, for example, at Sean Combs' encouragement and direction, did things like reserve hotel rooms, kidnap and conceal certain of his victims, obtain drugs and or IV fluids that were used to essentially sustain and rehydrate them after these freak-offs, which were, as Chloe described them, sex parties or sex marathons that in some cases lasted for days and imposed real physical injury and harm to some of the women who were involved, who were drugged throughout it. That takes the active participation, not just the knowledge and witnessing of other people. And so, as I said earlier, there must be a number of people in Sean Combs' life, whether they are personal assistants or security personnel, people who work at Bad Boy Entertainment or others of his businesses, that were directly involved here. And if they are not already cooperating with the feds, many people are probably having that conversation this morning with lawyers, including those that they have never met. I would imagine that there are a number of criminal defense attorneys across the city whose phones are ringing right now, Jose.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing party about these freak-offs. If this is, again, proven to be something that actually existed, and they may have existed over and over again. And Lisa, the indictment also alleges that during these freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to the victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of the victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. With the reference to these videos that Combs apparently kept, what does it say about the potential evidence prosecutors have in their possession?
Well, we know, for example, that Combs' homes in both Los Angeles and Miami were raided last March. We can bet that among the evidence that prosecutors were able to obtain were some of these videos. Of course, prosecutors also have other video evidence in their possession that's referenced in this indictment, including that 2016 surveillance tape of Combs with his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, who sued him civilly last November. That incident is referenced in the indictment. But as you note, Jose, the fact that prosecutors are saying here that Combs often took videotapes of his victims engaged in sex acts with commercial sex workers means that they have a reason to put that in this instrument. They have reasonable cause to put that here. And that likely means that many of those videotapes are within their possession and could be shown to a jury if and when this case goes to trial, Jose.
As Lisa, there's also the issue here, as I'm looking at page 7 and 8. It says that members and associates of Combs Enterprises, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. That in and of itself is not illegal. But in or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami and in Los Angeles, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers. What does that tell you? Because it isn't illegal. For example, I know that in the state of Florida, it is not illegal to possess ARs, but defaced serial numbers on them is.
Yeah, and the fact that these weapons were found in his possession proves to me that they are trying to elude or evade detection, that these weapons were likely purchased on a black market. And, you know, Jose, the very presence of guns in this indictment is something that differentiates it from some of sort of the other major sex predation, if not trafficking, cases that we've seen over the last few years. I'm thinking namely of Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein. What differentiates some of this is the guns and the drugs in particular, but also how much more visible the presence of other staff is. You know, we know, for example, from both the Epstein and Weinstein situations, that there were people around both of them that facilitated them. And yet, for the most part, with the exception of Ghislaine Maxwell, most of those people were never held to account, criminally or otherwise. This is the Southern District of New York in stating that there was a criminal conspiracy here, making it absolutely transparent. This did not exist without the cooperation, active engagement, and participation of a whole host of others that they say were known and unknown to them. But the fact that they know who many of these people are, those people should be scared this morning, because either they're going to end up being witnesses at trial, or they may see their name on the other side of what we call the verses in a criminal instrument.
At the top stories we're following right now, music mogul and entrepreneur Sean Diddy Combs indicted on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Now, according to the newly unsealed indictment, he's accused of taking part in a criminal enterprise that engaged in bribery, arson, kidnapping, prostitution, narcotics, and obstruction. We heard from the district attorney in the case just moments ago, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. Prosecutors allege this activity started in 2008 and continued until today.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan is at the courthouse with more. Jerika, describe the mood at the courthouse today.
You know, earlier we saw the attorney for Combs walk in. He talked about being very anxious to defend his client. We also saw Doug Wigdor, who is the attorney that represented Cassie Ventura, who really is at the heart of where all of this starts. He did not have a comment. Also, when I was going through security, I happened to be in line with two of Combs' sons. I did ask them what their thoughts were about this case and if they had any comment. Not surprisingly, they said no, but they definitely did not look thrilled to be here today.
Jerika Duncan, we talked about some of the charges here, but can you go over once again for people the severity of the charges and the allegations?
Absolutely. So Damian Williams laid out the 3 counts. It has to do with racketeering, sex trafficking, and transporting someone over state lines for sex, for prostitution. He said that he didn't go into detail about how much time someone would be facing with these charges if they're actually convicted, but he said they're very serious crimes with significant penalties.
Jerika Duncan, we appreciate your reporting. I want to bring in Trey Lovell, who is a civil trial attorney. He joins us now from Los Angeles. Trey, many of the allegations involve very graphic details, so we want to warn our audience. But we learned a lot from the civil suits already that were filed against Combs. He maintains his innocence. His attorney says he is an imperfect man, but he is not a criminal. What is your reaction?
You know, this indictment was inevitable.
with respect to the civil suits, they kind of laid the framework and the groundwork to a criminal investigation. You know, when civil lawsuits contain allegations that are criminal in nature, it certainly gets the interest of the prosecutors, and that seemed to have happened here. And then when they made the raids on his two residences in Miami and LA, it appears they found a lot of evidence, a lot of video evidence, and the case has really been built. So it wasn't a surprise, and it's going to be a real uphill battle for him, I think.
But that said, I mean, you mentioned that a lot of times criminal prosecutors and investigators will get clued into something that's happening in a civil courtroom. Cassie Ventura filed this lawsuit in November of 2023. It was settled just a day later. That goes to that reporter's question in the press conference today of the U.S. attorney. How was this behavior, this alleged behavior, able to go under the radar for so long?
You know, it's surprising, but when you have a very powerful person like Sean Combs, you know, he exerts a lot of influence, and there's a sphere of silence, a sphere of coercion, and people are scared to go outside of that. And it just kind of takes one to crack that, and then give other people the confidence to then report what happened to them. And that seems to be what happened here. You know, his ex-girlfriend, Cassie, I guess just felt that she couldn't stay quiet anymore. And then when she filed that lawsuit, even though it was settled within a day, it triggered these other lawsuits. And when you have multiple lawsuits that allege similar allegations, it gives credibility to the allegations. And this is not 1, 2, or 3 people. When you have a number of possibly 10 lawsuits coming forward, all alleging very similar things, you know, it gives credibility to it. And it certainly, as in this case, you know, got the attention of the criminal prosecutors.
And then we had that surveillance video that was released in May of that assault taking place in a hotel room. This was also asked in the press conference, but would you expect other members of his circle, his sphere, and according to the indictment, this racket, this criminal enterprise, would you expect more people to be charged? He did not act alone, according to prosecutors.
You know, that's a good question. I mean, usually you charge a lot of people for the purpose of having one main target, and you want to get them to flip. So you will charge them and say, hey, you know, we'll do a deal if you testify for the government, so they can go after the one target. And I did expect additional people to be charged in this initial indictment. However, they're focusing on him. And that could mean that maybe they feel they have enough evidence otherwise, and they don't need to charge a lot of people. And he's certainly the target, as are his companies. Because one of the things that's overlooked in this indictment is a forfeiture claim. They want to seize property, money, assets that he received from the pattern of illegal activity to help perpetrate it. So they're focusing on his companies as well. So, you know, there may be more indictments or superseding indictments against him. I'm not so sure if they're going to go after other people. They seem to have their main target.
Trey Lovell, thank you so much.
Coffee. Follow me.